Good morning and welcome to Stanford University. I am Liz Entwistle and we are here for the CRAA Women's Division II Spring Western semifinal between Sacramento State in the green and the white, receiving the kickoff from San Diego State University in the black and the blue. For all our fans back home that are used to seeing the Aztecs in the red, it's a little bit of a change today. Kickoff by the Aztecs, Sacramento State. On the reception, both of these teams playing a robust spring schedule. Sacramento State qualifying for the playoffs just last weekend. Came from behind on the final play of their semifinal against Cal Poly, winning that match 36-34, taking it 95 meters back to secure their spot in the West Division II conference final, where they took on UC Santa Cruz. That game was 31-5 at halftime, and saw Sacramento State advance into today's playoff match. San Diego State with the scrum. Scrum half Bella Abelman, their most veteran player with the ball in hand in that number 9 jersey, a veteran of Torrey Pines High School. 7 years of veteran experience on the field. Otherwise a fairly new team. These Aztecs, just founded in 2019. The majority of their players with just a year to 2 in experience. San Diego State on the attack. Aztecs 7 meters from the goal line. Advantage being shown. We've got center referee Peter Gemi Goge, Nick Carboni, and Artie Van Hengdas on the far sideline. Penalty to the Aztecs. Couple of forward pods in action, and the tap goes to Sophia Nicholson. A few players to watch. The number 10, Natalie Figueroa. 11, Kayla Walker. And their number 3, Jada Blair. The Hornets coming strong in defense. We're going to see a scrum to Sacramento State. A few players to keep on your radar. Number 7, Keela Miata, a 6-year veteran. And again, a very young Sacramento State team. The majority of these Hornets players playing their first 8 months to 1 year of rugby. Keep in mind that all of these women, all of these student athletes, regardless of their status, saw a bit of an interruption. This is the first full year of action since the pandemic. And these teams have made the most of it, playing regional tournaments. Made champions from the Scrum by the Sea and more. Both 7s and 15s action. We see the exit kick from inside of the 22. Sacramento State on the run. An excellent chase by number 15, Nicole Ayad. A crossover from lacrosse and track. She'd actually been track athlete of the year back in high school days. The chase was on, the ball to touch, and a line out to the Aztecs. So a third-year team, San Diego State, coached by Tony Rollick. He has been there from the start, assisted by WPL veteran Talia Carrasquillo. Played her high school rugby in Wisconsin. And a current member of the San Diego Surfers, a couple of national championships under her belt. She actually started that Torrey Pines High School program that the Aztecs scrum half played for. So the ball to touch but knocked forward. Sacramento State opts for the scrum. We see the put in. Allie McGaffey. McGaffey finds Andrew Osa. And the skip pass lands in the hands of Nicole Ayad. We saw her on that great chase downfield before. A little burst of speed. Taryn Turner. The Bear is back, and she is over the line. We've got our first try of the match. Sacramento State going to take a 5-0 lead just 3.5 minutes into action. So Sacramento State showing off their finishing form, just as they did again in that Cal Poly match where they took it 95 meters downfield. This one a little bit shorter, about half the distance. And the Hornets strike first. The Sacramento State team has been in action since 2016-2017. This is their first winning season on record. First year for head coach Wayne Coy. He's spent time with the Sac Pal Amazons high school program, multiple time national finalists, national champions in the Sacramento area, really trying to grow local rugby, provide opportunities. So rather than seeing all of these Sacramento area players known for their physicality and their tenacity, we've seen them often move on to play for schools like Central Washington University and Lindenwood, but trying to grow something special, staying in the NorCal area. Sacramento Amazons women's D2 program, also multiple-time national champions. That's where USA Rugby Olympian Nana Fa'avesi played her high school and club rugby before becoming a stalwart in both the 2016 and the 2020 Tokyo Games. The conversion kick falls short, a little bit low. Score remains 5-0, 5 minutes into this first half of play. This is the first and only of the Women's Division II semifinals today. It's been a bit of a tricky season across the nation when it comes to college rugby and the playoff systems between NCR, NYRA, CRAA, fall seasons, spring seasons, and the depth of action. We've seen a few teams that sadly had to withdraw, and some teams choosing to focus on the upcoming Sevens National Championships taking place in Texas. Weekend of May 6th and 7th and 13th, 14th, depending on the level of play. We also have the CRC action coming up in Washington, D.C. next weekend. So a lot of choices for these programs. We see the kick deep into the Hornets territory. San Diego State applying the pressure inside of the red zone, and they draw the penalty, not releasing. So this is going to give Aztec ball 15 meters from the goal line. Aztecs again setting up with 2 forward pods. So we'll look to see the strike runners in action. Plenty of threats across their back line as well. They choose to go to the left. Juliet Piccone, a 2-year veteran, ball in hand, driving her way forward. Quickly supported. Going out to that second forward pod, Sophia Nicholson. And a swarm of Hornets take her down, quickly zeroing and realigning their defense. The Aztecs now going wide. Looking for that line break up the middle. And again, the Hornets defense holds strong. And a penalty, turnover, Sacramento State. So tenacious defense giving them the ball and an opportunity to exit. So that's number 10, Andrew Osa with the ball in hand, the team captain, the team president. In her 4th year with the Hornets. And then she gives it up to the kicker, looking for touch. The ball stays on field, gets a bounce. Aztecs are there. Hornets able to quickly come up in defense. San Diego State with the pick and go. Alexo Carmosino. The Aztecs again keeping the ball tight in the forwards, and the Hornets this time putting up quite the counter on defense. San Diego State able to come away with the ball in hand. Lynn Loftus out of Virginia. The ball in hand. She is just one of 5 players on this Aztec team from outside of the state of California. Speaking of the outside, looking around, and look at this shoot on defense. The tackle coming up, Taryn Turner, a player that spent some time in Chula Vista. Sacramento State thrilled to have her back in action after taking the fall off to make sure that she recovered from injury. And with tackles like that, we know why her presence on the field has been missed. Jada Blair gets the line break. Offloads to Kayla Walker. Walker, a speedy back. Stopped by the Hornets. And it's San Diego State again now, keeping the ball tight. So we've seen them favor some forward play before looking to spread it wide. And here we go again. Jay Manigo. And the Aztecs again looking out wide. Megan Harris with the carry. Sacramento State coming away with the ball. And advantage being shown. So the Hornets defense shutting down the Aztecs attack. And now we see another break up the middle. The Hornets making their way towards midfield. Maybe that was Jocelyn Sanchez with the carry. Sacramento State again with the middle. Numbers to the left, numbers to the right, spreading the Aztecs defense. Nevaeh Hall in the number 17 jersey. She'll be lining up at number 8 in the scrum, so keep an eye out. Look at that power. Osa. We see a stiff arm from Jocelyn Sanchez. Obstruction is called. So a little bit of momentum, and now San Diego State draws a penalty. About 45 meters from the goal line, middle of the field. And we will see if we can get jersey roster confirmation. As the number 18 looks to kick towards the corner, the ball bouncing its way just across the goal line. Bobbled a bit on the receipt. We see the attempt at the kick forward. So a little bit of pressure on the clear. Our assistant referee indicating offside. So from the kick, the player that tried to make the tackle or recover the ball was in an offside position, being in front of the kicker when she kicked it. So this gives San Diego State the penalty, and San Diego State is 5 meters from the Sacramento State goal line. The Aztecs on attack, advantage being shown. The ball pops out, so we'll go back to the original infraction. This will be a goal line stance for the Hornets. If you're the Aztecs, you've got those goal line eyes. We've seen them set up 2 forward pods before, and here we go again. A pod of 4 and a pod of 4. Keep an eye on that number 3, Jada Blair. She's actually spent some time playing both inside and outside center as well, capable of playing anywhere on the field, lining up in the number 3 today. She provides a bit of dummy run in support. First to the forwards and now to the back. San Diego State realigning towards the left side. Numbers are there. We see the cut back inside. Jay Manigo. Stop short of the goal line. Nicholson. Again, the Hornets swarming in defense. So looking at double, triple tackles and then quick to zero out. Jada Blair, though, gets it over. Number 3 with the call. Number 5 on the board for San Diego State. We are equal 5-5, 12 minutes into the opening half of play. So penalties back and forth. It's been a lot of possession for the Aztecs inside of the Hornets 22, and they are able to come away with a try on the board. We have a match. Both of these teams during their warm-ups were in such good spirits. Love seeing the action and the intensity. Again, fairly new to playoff rugby, the Sacramento State team rebounded from an early season loss where they fell to defending champions San Jose State University by a hefty mark in the range of 95-14. Since then, they have built, they have recruited, and they have grown, going undefeated with the rest of the season and earning their way into this West semifinal. San Diego State as well, again, a team that was just founded in 2019, really growing their program. So a lot of new players on the field. The conversion is missed. Score remains 5-5. The winner of this match will move on to play the Claremont Foxes. They are our defending D2 Spring National Champions. So Claremont checking in earlier, a big healthy roster. Plenty of players with a lot of ability. Awaiting the victors of today's game, but all to play for. And 2 programs very clearly on the rise. Sacramento State lining up for the kickoff, forwards in line to this right near side of the field. You see Annie Grace Perez in the number 14 jersey, a former gymnast. She had actually been the gymnast of the year, so we'll look for explosive power on the field. Right now, it's San Diego State with the power. Corralled off the ground. It's Kayla Walker, ball in hand. And look at this Hornets line, flat in defense, ready to launch, looking to take away space. San Diego State making it just past the gain line, courtesy of Juliet Picconi. Abelman. Aztecs with numbers to the far side of the field, bobbled on the receipt. An unfortunate knock on. We'll have a scrum to Sacramento State. Hornets just outside of the 22. We see backs aligned out toward the right side. Fullback Nicole Ayad. An option to strike just outside of her outside center. And a free kick awarded to the Aztecs. So an infringement on the scrum. Want to ensure that we have safe binding and no early drive, keeping the ball in play. So an unfortunate error and an unforced error by the Hornets, giving San Diego State the free kick. Getting some direction from the goal line. Again, head coach Tony Rollick, a veteran of college rugby himself at University of Maryland. Talia Carrasquillo played her college rugby at University of Northern Iowa, a storied program out of the Midwest. So the Aztecs follow direction. They take the quick tap and go, make up the 10 meters, trying to march their way into Hornets territory. See some passing skills on display. There's two here on the near side of the field. This is the first time we're going to get to see Kayla Walker able to open up a bit. She is taken into touch, corralled by Nicole Ayad. Line out to the Hornets. So we get to see some action. The ball in play. Good defensive rugby. That sideline never misses its tackles. So a full line out by the Hornets. 7 women in action. The Hornets looking like they may set up for a bit of a kick and chase downfield. And we'll see how this line out unfolds. The throw is up. The throw is good. Tipped off the top. Androsa, ball in hand. Waits a kick towards the outside. Kayla Walker, look at those sure hands. Kayla Walker trying to get something started. Quickly covered by the Hornets. Advantage being shown to the Aztecs. A little bit of a spin move by Hermosino. And Alexa still ball in hand. Alexa, can you play? Well, play some rugby. Aztecs was numbered towards the far side of the field. It would appear that advantage is gained. A solid ruck. Aztecs looping towards the outside. Emily Linero with the ball in hand. One of several first-year players on this Aztec roster. The ball is out, and Sacramento State coming away with a little bit of a turnover. Pardon the pun, but it has to sting. You saw some positive action by the Aztecs. So penalty advantage. No advantage gained on the kick by the Hornets. San Diego State put back into their own territory. Therefore, we're going to go back to the earlier infraction. They did not gain a tactical advantage when it came to ball in hand without pressure or in territory downfield. So the Aztecs take the kick to touch, bounces just inside of the 22. This is going to set up a solid attacking platform for the Aztecs. This is their first year as a club sport with the university. They were formerly a student organization, and they made the most of it. They've played a 35-week season in this 22-23 year. Goals were to put themselves in playoff positions for both the CRAA 7s and 15s, to build confidence, and to give players opportunities when it comes to player identification camps. They were 3-1 in their league matches, 5-1 overall. Their lone loss coming to Claremont. Won the Scrum by the Sea 15s tournament. And now showing the benefits of all of that action this year. Kayla Walker, ball in hand, striking towards the middle of the field. Her whole team out to the right side. Sacramento State's defense coming away with another penalty turnover. Andruosa, ball in hand. And giving up to their kicker. I believe that's Taryn Turner in the number 12 jersey. With her knee strapped again, battled injury in the fall. The kick finds itself short of the touch line, but knocked forward on the receipt, so we're going to have a scrum to the Hornets. We see the Hornets realigning off of their scrum, stacking their backs towards the open side of the field. Osa redirects Annie Grace Perez towards the weak side. We will see what play is on. The ball is in. Allie McGaffey finds Osa, so going out to the strong side of the field. Taryn Turner with a kick downfield again, and Hornets recover, and look at this run. Fortunate bounces, a well-weighted kick, and it is Sacramento State's fullback, Nicole Ayad, going over the line. She was a defensive MVP in the cross right now, an offensive MVP on the field. The Hornets making the most of the penalty and the sequential knock-on, able to attack off of the scrum. Sacramento State leading 10-5. We are halfway through the first half of action. Sorry? Nicole Ayad. What number's Taryn's 12. difficult day kicking, but most of the kicks have come in the middle of the field. Kayla Walker from San Diego State, we want to watch. She just hasn't been able to get it going. 11, yeah. Like, in open space, she should be able to do something. And then their number 3, Jada, can play anywhere in the forwards. She's also lined up at 12-13 sometimes. She's the one that got this try for San Diego State. Both these teams are so young. There's only 2 players that have more than 5 years of experience between either of the teams. Yeah. She didn't put her. They didn't get their stats fully in.
She came to camp here in 16, 17.
Yeah. Their fly half is from Japan. She's the only non-resident. She's doing a master's year at Sac State too. The conversion is good. Sacramento State extending their lead 12-5. We'll look for more of those line breaks downfield. Both of these teams quite speedy. Both of them competing in 7s as well. San Diego State did qualify towards the CRAA 7s championships. Last year they were our Division II national runners-up in the game of 15s coming out of the PDRC. Hornets fielded off the bounce. Quick hands towards the outside, but a bit forward. That was Fatima Vigil-Figueroa. Looking for some forward momentum. And so it'll be a scrum to the Aztecs. Aztecs showing some different shapes when it comes to their backs. We see multiple strike runners off of their first receiver. Number 13, MJ Destro, lining up in the first receiver position. So options to either side. Fullback Emily Linero in the line as well. We see her second to last to the far side of the field. Abelman with the tap. And the ball is out. The Aztecs, plenty of options. We see the dummy run towards the outside. And Sacramento State so quick coming up in defense. Love their launches and love their timing on when they are committing players and when they're relying on that first wave to make the tackle on the second possession. The penalty awarded. The kick stays on field. If there's anything that's a work on for the Hornets so far, it would be some of these clearing kicks. Again, being a young team and a fairly new team when it comes to experience on the field, that will come with time. Again, under first-year coach Wayne Coy, assisted by Abby Morrissey. San Diego State with the turnover. And the Aztecs at midfield. We see again the action from their forward pods. We see nearly every ruck on the first phase go to a forward. Sacramento State looking to counter, and this time they come away with a penalty. We must release the ball, just as the tackler must release the tacklee. So the Hornets, again, racking up the defensive turnovers. One could say they've been a huge hive of activity when it comes to their defensive play. Turner looking for touch, and again, falls just shy. Aztecs countering towards the far side of the field. Once again, that goal line makes its tackle. We're going to see a line out to the Hornets. So some back and forth play. The teams evenly matched so far. We've only seen about 3 or 4 line breaks at all. And we'll be looking to see what happens as the game continues. This is a smaller San Diego State roster. Just 3 substitutes on the weekend. Sacramento State missing Alondra Vasquez and Allison Kyle from today's action. They'll be available for the game tomorrow should the Hornets come away with the win. 2-day tournaments, but tough to play as student athletes on a Friday. Again, these mostly club sports, multiple tiers of competition when it comes to women's college rugby in the United States. In the fall, we saw a contest for the NCAA or NIRA, National Intercollegiate Rugby Association Championships. Dartmouth took the D1 championship, repeated with a 15-10 victory over Harvard. In D2 action, we saw Queens out of North Carolina defeat Davenport University out of Michigan by a mark of 34-27 in overtime. And then in D3, repeat appearances by Bowdoin saw them 29-0 victors over New England. We also saw competition in the fall at the NCR Division I and Division II levels, as well as a CRAA Fall Championship. Back to the action onto the field. A well-executed scrum by the Aztecs, and now they're able to get the ball in motion, the ball in play, the ball thrown forward after the tackle, looking for Walker on the outside. So Aztecs with some width, but not quite the depth needed. Scrum to Sacramento State. You see Autumn Berkey lining up at flanker in the number 22 jersey. She did start the match today. The team, again, keeping their same jersey numbers from day 1 to day 2. So Alondra Vasquez would be wearing the number 6 should the team advance tomorrow. So Berkey with a nod, an opportunity to put her hand up for more starting time. Solid pressure from the Aztecs scrum half. We see the shoulder feint from Taryn Turner. Trying to bear downfield. Again, thrown forward, released forward at the tackle. And the Aztecs earn the scrum back, about the same position they were before, just closer to midfield. Score remains 12-5, 13.5 minutes left to go in this opening half of play. The two teams fairly evenly matched when it comes to athleticism on the field and the strength of their defense. Aztecs looking towards the outside. Obstruction is called, a penalty to Sacramento State. So we've seen a few of these unforced errors when it comes to obstruction on the field. We cannot block for our teammates. This isn't American football. We're going to see an equal opportunity to play the ball. Defense must be given the chance to make the tackle. Turner strikes the ball well. Would love to see her continue on that form as the game evolves. A line out to Sacramento State, just 5 meters outside of the 22. Fatima Vigil Figueroa with the ball in hand in that number 2 jersey. State going with a short 4-woman line out. So inserting their forwards into the back line. Something is brewing in this Hornets' nest. We see the attempt at the 5-meter throw, a little bit of trickery. That ball must travel 5 meters downfield and straight down the tunnel. In this case, it does not. So a scrum chosen by the Aztecs. They have the option for the scrum or the line out. The scrum generally a more stable attacking platform. And as we've seen from Bella Abelman all day leading in that number 9 jersey, the Aztecs have been doing well. Again, two teams fairly evenly matched, especially with the strength of that number 3, Jada Blair. We see a fairly shallow set by the Aztecs. The ball is going to be put in just outside of the 22. That is worth noting. If they're looking for an exit, they do want to keep the ball in field and not give away possession to the Hornets. So they do keep the ball in hand. We see the attempt. A little bit of a switch and a strike line. The timing just barely off. The ball goes forward. So a scrum to the Hornets inside of the Aztecs 22. We've got 11.5 minutes left to go in this first half of action. This is the first of 3 games today. The only D2 semifinal here on the West Coast. Games being played as well in Gastonia, North Carolina. The winners of this West Regional will advance to play the winners of the East, where we see Howard taking on UNC Charlotte and Appalachian State playing Eckerd out of Florida. For updates on all those scores, highly recommend following the Rugby Breakdown. Jackie Finland doing an excellent job covering the women's game. She has got a spreadsheet up with all 11 championships, the scores, the teams that have advanced, the conferences that they're in. Right now advancing downfield, though, Sacramento State, Nicole Ayad. We saw her go over the try line before. This fullback has been quite the presence on the field for the Hornets. The offload not quite there, just barely escapes the grasp of Annie Grace Perez. Line out, San Diego State. This championship weekend will take place in Houston, Texas at the SaberCats field. Was able to visit there 2 weeks ago. A wonderful rugby facility if you ever get the chance to visit. The throw is not straight. Or we may have had some action before. Correction. So it's a free kick. The second free kick awarded to the Aztecs while deep in their own territory. We saw it happen earlier on the scrum. So technical infringements. The ball goes backwards through the hands of the Aztecs, so they're able to maintain possession. No knock there. A solid carry by number 6, Madison Funel. That's Mad Dog. There's also a Mad Pup on the field if we see number 17, Madeline Reyes, get into action. San Diego State advances to the 10-meter hash. 9.5 minutes left to go in the first half. MJ Destro, the first receiver, looking to find her mate. I believe that was Emily Linero. The ball knocked on. Scrum to the Hornets. Sacramento State about 30 meters from the goal line, splitting their backs. They've got 3 to the left. First receiver, Anjuosa, lining up straight behind the scrum. She's got Nicole Ayad immediately to the right. And Annie Grace Perez setting up a little bit flat. We see a bit of a cluster triangle shape out of the backs to the left side of the field. Again, showing different looks, keeping this Aztec defense on their toes. The ball is in and quickly out. A stable scrum. Osa goes to the left. We see the missed pass. This is Turner. Taryn Turner bearing downfield, taken down about 10 meters shy of the goal line towards that far side line. The numbers are here to the right side. Hornets trying to dance their way, and they are denied a spot on that dance card by the Aztecs defense. So again, inside of the 22, when we look at both teams, they've spent a lot of time near these goal lines, just unable to execute on these final plays. We've seen excellent defense and good launches from both teams as well, so can't really take that away from them. They've prevented the tries from being scored. Line out to the Aztecs. Carmesino with the throw. The Hornets able to disrupt. And we see the carry getting nearly back to the gain line. Hornets, they've got numbers to the right. Aztecs defense is flat, and they are there. The ball is a bit disrupted. Ayad looks to chip downfield. We see the counter kick downfield by the Aztecs. Walker retreating, so she is not offside. The ball is still on field. And knocked on the pickup. So I think a little bit of miscommunication or misdirection in terms of what was going on with that ball downfield. Annie Grace Perez looking for a little bit of support. Finds herself without options, so this is going to be a scrum. So we saw the chip downfield, the counter kick by the Aztecs, and now the Aztecs able to clear. Good heads-up play by Walker to not advance as she was in an offside position. And this is going to give Aztecs a scrum. About 6.5 minutes left to play. 12-5. Sacramento State leading San Diego State. Abelman with the tap. We see a bit of a drive by the Hornets. And now a little bit under pressure. Abelman able to get the pass off. Enough depth by the Aztecs to recover. And we see the pursuit by Keila Miata in the number 7 jersey, a veteran of the Motherlode program here in California. The pressure was on. The ball knocked on. Scrum to the Hornets. Again, trading possession, these defensive efforts by both teams, creating errors by the offense, some misconnections when it comes to timing on the offloads. But again, the majority of these players sitting here with just a year to a year and a half of experience, a lot of seasons disrupted by the pandemic, teams rebuilding, and both of them improving as their seasons have gone on. Talented coaches with both teams manning the sidelines. And this time it is a free kick awarded to Sacramento State. So this has been the first free kick against the Aztecs. The Hornets Go to Keela Miata in the number 7 jersey. Keela with the carry. Taken down by the Aztecs. Quick on the tackle and then quick to zero out and set their defensive line. A powerful fend by Nevia Hall. You'll love to see it. A little bit of that Sacramento physicality that we're used to from the high school and the women's club levels. Turner. Numbers to the outside. She dummies the pass. Turner with some space to run. Looks to offload back to the inside. Disrupted by the Aztecs defense.
Is like, yeah, or and so now you leave it wide. There's that Harry hasn't got it on, and then you just.
So go back to the infraction. It looked like we saw an indication of the ball passed forward. Get that confirmation. Again from Gemi in the middle of the field. Part of our NorCal Pelicans referee crew today. We got 4 refs rotating throughout the games. National playoffs paying particular attention to the sideline management. Bella Abelman. Look on the defensive pressure from Allie McGaffey. This has been a good battle at scrum half thus far. Again, the scrums evenly match. These teams are doing really well when it comes to the possession game. And we've seen flashes of some of the defensive drive from the Hornets, and I have a feeling they haven't quite turned it on yet. Playoff rugby looking to get that W today to advance to play Claremont tomorrow. And last year's championship was an all-West affair. That was Claremont Foxes victorious over San Diego State. San Diego State would love to punch their ticket for a rematch. Sacramento State. We see the pick off the back. Nevia Hall in the number 17 jersey. Quickly taken down. Good defense off of the back row of that Aztec scrum. We see now the ball moving to the left side. Love this play selection. There are some numbers. Just a misconnection on that final offload. But quick to recover. Turner gets back. And San Diego State quick to realign. Tackle to touch, a line out to the Aztecs. 3 minutes left to go in this first half. Score remains 12-5. Did get some pregame notes, some pregame chat with Sacramento State coach Wayne Coy. He mentioned they've kind of identified themselves as a second half team. We see that all over the course of women's rugby. A lot of teams looking to see how the first half plays off and then really turning it on. So we'd love to see him use that second half mentality and the depth of their bench. It is worth noting again that this Aztec team has only 3 substitutes. 2 games of play can be quite weary. We're excellently supported, though, with our Stanford University athletics setup. Trainer Ken has been out there taping all the ankles, breaking a few hearts with that mustache he's got now. Shout out to Ken. We see the scrum on the far side of the field. Sacramento State with a put in. First receiver, Andrew Osa, is ready to go. She's got Turner to the outside. The pass mishandled, but corralled again. Osa making something out of the broken play. Trying to break her way to the middle of the field. Taken down by San Diego State on defense. The Hornets under 2 minutes left to go in this first half. The carry by Imani Darden. Imani taken down. Hornets realign. And again with the fend, Nevia Hall taking that shoulder. And she is still in action, driving downfield. We see the buddy tackle by the Aztecs. Stops Hall's forward momentum. Osa, numbers to the left. We see the launch by the Aztecs. Again, able to stop the Hornets at the gain line. The carry by Jocelyn Sanchez. State has numbers to the outside. Looks like 4-on-2, 4-on-3 as the Aztecs realign. But a battle for possession here. Tackles and rucks, plenty of action. The Aztecs able to create the turnover. We see the attempt at the clearing kick downfield. The ball taken and taken well. Nicole Ayad. She scored the last try for the Hornets. She makes her way around the outside. The former gymnast doing her best to keep her balance, tiptoeing as if she was doing a floor exercise routine. But again, tackle to touch. San Diego State has done well. Again, we've seen a lot of time here in the second half of this first half of action, the second quarter, if you will, with the Hornets inside of the Aztecs 22. They've only been able to come away with 1 try in this second quarter of play thus far. The Aztecs win the line out, going to the second jumper. The ball is not thrown straight. And we're seeing the scrum set at that 15-meter hash. We are in the final 30 seconds of play. If you are the Hornets, you want that try. Something else we might anticipate when we get into some of the more experienced teams playing at the D1 level later today is the opportunity for a drop goal. Don't see it so much in the game of women's rugby, but it has happened from time to time. Former Eagle Pam Kasanke, a very fun player to play with her abilities there. Of course, Linda Morrison as well, who had played her time with the Twin Cities Amazons. But back to the college action on the field. The Aztecs defense prevents forward motion from the Hornets. The Hornets, though, now able to do it with a bit of a leg drive. She is able to drive her way over the line. The Hornets with no time, doing it with their forward play off of the scrum. The leg drive is there, lowering the shoulder, and the Hornets are going to take a 17-5 lead as the first half ends, showing off that same flashy form that got them that semifinal victory when it came to the California West semifinal. Building on that momentum. Love that momentum coming off of the scrum, getting that try in just before the half, extending the lead. We'll see if they can add another 2. Amani Darden lining up for the conversion attempt. It'll be about a 20-meter effort, lining the ball up on the tee. So we talked a little bit about the capability and the possibility of these Hornets using their forwards a little bit more and deploying the drive in the scrum. They're able to get it done. Darden's kick is true, so the Hornets are going to go into halftime leading 19-5. We'll be back with the second half of action, try to get some coaching adjustments, hear what the strategies are, and come back to you with more of this West D2 CRAA semifinal. I am Liz Entwistle at Stanford University. We'll be back in just a moment. Tomorrow will be better. I love day 2. Like, you've got like history and more talking points and stuff. But yeah, so I initially recognized him in his own glory against New York. And there are guys that I coach with those teams that actually why? There's no excuse. Yeah. There's no excuse. And then it's like, anyone like? Do we know if there's any substitutes at halftime? I don't know if you were Mike. You might be able to ask. I'm just curious for watching.
No, everything's good. They're winning 19-5 at the half. It's half right now. San Diego. Yeah. So again, if I was Zach, I could see this because Claremont's going to be especially. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, right, yeah, because I only had to watch you guys like one, yeah. I remember that. Yeah, I know, it's great if you have fresh legs. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Saturdays are pretty good. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. She was at the San Jose game. I'm like, who did I meet? I've been kissing babies all day. What are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, and guess what? The technical zones. Oh man, both teams get really busy. Oh yeah, Josh is like.
Is Liz in there, Rich? I don't know where she's gone. Wait, Liz?
We are back with the second half of action. San Diego State on the kick receipt in the black and the blue, taking on Sacramento State Hornets in the green and the white. The Hornets currently leading 19-5, courtesy of last scrum try going over the line. San Diego State going to be looking quick to counter here. Worth noting, as this contest continues, the Aztecs with a short bench, just 3 substitutes. Don't believe any player changes have been made as of yet. The Hornets rolling a little bit deeper, so this could be a factor here in our final 40 minutes of play. These two teams so evenly matched when it came to the first half. Strong and stable in the scrums. We saw a couple of free kicks when it came just to some tactical setup opportunities, but those have been the only turnovers when it comes to the scrum platform of attack. We have a scrum here at midfield. Sacramento State scrum half, Allie McGaffey, ball in hand, a 3-year veteran on the program, one of the most senior players on the field. Heaps of players new to the game. A lot of them fans of Alona Maurer when we asked about who some of their rugby idols are. Perhaps the most famous American rugby TikTok star, an Olympian who played her college rugby at Quinnipiac at the women's NYRA level of play, a multiple-time national champion herself. We also saw a lot of love for Aztecs coach Talia Carrasquillo, had a storied college career at University of Northern Iowa back when they were dominating the women's college game in fall competition. Bella Abelman. She waits a minute to put the ball in on the scrum, perhaps trying to draw the early drive. Whistle blown by a referee. We'll wait to see what Gemi says. Looks like we'll just reset the scrum. No free kick awarded this time. Doing well with the game management. We are in playoff rugby. You want to see the players play. These teams, while full of new talent on the field, have shown solid discipline. No outwardly nefarious or degrading play on the field so far. Both teams skilled in their defensive play, but keeping the tackles low. The pass is a bit low, but corralled well by Imani Darden. Number 13 jersey has been lining up in first receiver all day. Quickly covered by the Hornets defense. They draw the knock-on. We've seen this happen quite a few times. The defensive stances by both programs have created some knock-ons, especially when it comes to offloads. San Diego State, when they've been able to play patiently and solidify the ruck getting the ball down, has done well with their forward pods. But we haven't seen much continuity in terms of 3, 4, 5 phases of play at once. The defense, quite a factor. The timing on some of these offloads will only improve. Again, the average age of both these teams on the field in terms of rugby experience, about 1.5 years. Andruosa finds her way towards the far side of the field, and we see the strong carry by Nicole Ayad in the number 15 jersey. She has been a bright spot of go forward for the Hornets so far. The ball knocked on. So a scrum to the Hornets, knocked on by the Aztecs. The defensive pressure, perhaps a little bit of overpressure in that case. We don't appear to see any substitutions on the field so far. 36 minutes left to play here in the second half. So plenty of time to let things develop. McGaffey with the put in, quickly around the back. Osa. We see the dummy run, the dummy switch, and this is Turner coming away with the ball in hand. Turner with the go. Turner deploys a little bit of the backward stiff arm. She's able to evade the defender towards the outside, dancing outside of the fingertips and goes over the try line. Taryn Turner bears down, dots down another. In this near side corner, the Hornets extending their lead 24-5. This is a team that did indicate they plan to pour it on in the second half. A team that has only improved as the season has gone on. Rallied from behind for a solid win over a very strong Cal Poly team. That Cal Poly team was a team that had the chance to accept a bid here this weekend, but they qualified out of sevens. So they're planning to focus the rest of their season on that. We saw Sacramento State, Cal Poly, Stanford all play in a women's sevens tournament to start the season down at Cal Poly. That was the first weekend of action for the Stanford women. Traveling down to a tournament that coincided with the men's West Coast Sevens qualifier, well, West Coast Sevens first leg of that tournament, I should say. So these teams getting their first taste of rugby early on, as we indicated. It's been 35 weeks of rugby for the San Diego State team. Sacramento State has had a couple of breaks in action, and they filled that time with CrossFit, doing all they can to generate the power, and we've seen it pay off as they've been able to break a few tackles. They got that try at the end of the first half, open up the second half with a try. The conversion is missed. The score remains 24-5. 34 minutes left to go in the second half. We saw both the San Diego State and Sacramento State men's teams in action with a lot of fall sevens as well. The Aztecs men's program has put a couple players into the Major League Rugby ranks. A lot of ties with the San Diego Legion. Sacramento State rallied to make the championship of the men's Division II Pacific Mountain Region qualifier. Championship game against Fresno State. But today is all about women's rugby. So back on the field, the Aztecs with a kick downfield. They're able to cover on defense and quickly align. They set their flat line for the launch, and it does not matter. Look at this run here by Keela Miata. Gets the offload. Ayad looking to go around the outside, taken down by the arm. The Aztecs scrambling in defense. And looks like they're quickly realigning. The numbers are there. So it takes a few. Sac State taken down. But the Hornets are inside the 22. Again, easy as you like. 30 seconds back to back, putting the pressure on. And the ball has turned over. So the Aztecs' defensive scramble has paid off. This is a fit team. So the tackle is missed. The line break is made. But the Aztecs able to recover possession of the ball. Now playing out of their own 22. Speed is there. Athleticism is there. Just imagine another 2 years of seasoning for both of these programs. Penalty to the Aztecs. Abelman finds the forwards, and we've seen this many times over, utilizing the forward pods, running with their strike runners, trying to open up some space for the back. Sacramento State makes a tackle. They are zeroing the counter ruck, looking for that next wave of defensive pressure. Aztecs dancing their way through some ankle taps, and here we go. This is the speed we've been looking for all game long. A little bit of a hitch and a step, and that's the only thing that stopped her. Kayla Walker down the sideline, trying to hop, skip, and a jump, and she is taken into contact by Turner. Cannot wait to see her pin her ears back and really just go for that try line again. So the Aztecs able to get the exit using the platform of that forward pod, able to draw in a little bit of the Sacramento State defense. Creates the barest of gaps. The Hornets able to counter with their defensive pressure. Turner makes the tackle to the sideline. We see a line out to the Hornets.
Uh, 17-22 have been on the field all game. Thank you, Harriet.
State attacking from midfield. The Hornets with numbers, but intercepted. So the Aztecs with the turnover. The timing is just right. Aztecs realigning. They want their pod here to this near side of the field, looking to stretch the Hornets defense even further. The carry by Daniela McGrath. Aztecs again to Lynn Loftus, tackled into touch. Annie Garcia Perez taking her opposite out of bounds. A line out to the Hornets. So just shy of midfield. And again, all of this back and forth action. Line out one by the Hornets. Looking for the strike runner. The ball tipped in the tackle. Advantage being shown to the Aztecs. Advantage on the knock on. Abelman. Again, setting up these forward pods and their strike runners. Options to the left, options to the right. They go left again in the hands of Lynn Loftus in the number 5 jersey. We have numbers to the right side, and we see Jada Blair lined up in the centers. And there she goes. Blair with the go forward, supported by Issa Malik. Abelman, again, looking for this pod. Loftus. Correct that to Madison Mad Dog Fennell. Sophia Nicholson with the carry. And now it's the Aztecs going through multi-phase play, looking towards the outside. Jay Manigo, again, lining up at that first receiver position despite wearing the number 13 jersey. Jada Blair with the carry. Abelman. Changing a bit of the pace, so they go quick, go slow. And this time the ball goes into the Hornets' hands. Sacramento State with the turnover, and it's Sacramento State with the go forward. There's a mismatch with numbers. We see San Diego State frantically realigning to make sure that they get their defense set to this near side of the field. Play disrupted, and the ball is loose. Issa Malik. Issa with a bit of footy. Solid contact is made, but we are going to go back to an earlier infraction. Penalty to the Aztecs, and we're going to have a minute on the field. So the double whistle blown, conversation being had with our assistant referees. Looks like we're going to reset Abelman. She's got her forward pods. Loftus to Jada Blair. Blair looking for the offload. Issa Malik able to recover the ball, but knocked forward in play. So the Hornets benefiting from the missed connection. Sacramento State with the scrum. And it looks like we have a substitution coming on for the Hornets. We'll get confirmation on the jersey number. Coming off for the Hornets is Jocelyn Prado. McGaffey with the put in. The Hornets back set up fairly flat. The ball starting just outside of the 22. Again, makes a little bit of a difference when it comes to the kicking game. Under pressure from Abelman. Andrew Osa able to scoop the ball up. Turner looking for the chip downfield. Turner with a beauty. Look at that bounce. Is going to just find its way into touch, but buys the Hornets space under pressure. A line out to the Aztecs. She took that just off the instep, kept the ball low. So as the game has matured, Turner coming a bit more into her own, a little bit more confidence on the field. And we've got 27 minutes left of it. See movement from the Aztecs in the line out, disrupted by the Hornets. Sacramento State now with the ball in play, and they're going to have some opportunities to run. 10 meters of space between the opposing fly halves, but having to realign their defense, their offense. Turner with the break. Turner cuts towards the middle of the field. Turner taken down from behind. MJ Destro makes the try-saving tackle. And look at this chip downfield. This is Keila Miata. The chip from the flanker, and she covers. Not able to finish the tackle, though. The Aztecs a bit evasive. There'll be a question as to offsides on the kick and the defensive coverage. So our referee is going to bring it back. And we're going back to an earlier infraction, so offside by the Hornets. This is going to give Aztecs with a penalty inside of their 22. So an update to an earlier call. It's been MJ Destro in the number 13 jersey who's been lining up as first receiver for the Aztecs. Again, a team with a lot of options and a lot of depth. And it looks like the penalty has been corrected to the Hornets on the offside, initially an arm towards the Aztecs. So Sacramento State lining up for the penalty kick, looking to add 3 to their tally, currently 24-5. 25 minutes left to play here in the second half. Amani Darden, number 13 jersey for the Hornets, lining up the kick, wearing the scrum cap. It is a low chip that misses. This ball is still alive as it stays on the field. The Aztecs going to run it out, looking to run it back. The Hornets cover in defense. Turner with the strip, and Turner with another try. Turning it up. Taryn Turner able to strip the ball and adds another 5 to the Hornets scoreline. 29-5 leading, 24 minutes left to play. Twelve.
12 again.
Yes. She stripped the ball on. So Darden with another opportunity here, this time the conversion for 2. Lining up on the 22-meter goal line. It is quite the angle. She's about 3 meters from the sideline. So triangulate that a little bit closer to about 27 meters in distance, but a difficult angle to make. Looking to aim for that far goal post in the situation as a right-footed kicker. The angle was there, the distance was not. A little bit lacking in the height. Score remains 29-5, 23 minutes left to play. Sacramento State making the most out of turnovers. Again, the defensive creating opportunities for some offensive play. They've been able to catch the Aztecs in transition. And that's when we see so many tries being scored in both 7s and 15s alike. So we saw a play originate with a line out that was stolen, and then a lot of space to run and make their way downfield. It's a bit downfield with a kick straight into the hands of Andrew Osa. We saw another opportunity for a potential interception by the Aztecs. So like the feistiness in the heads-up play there, recognizing when the ball is out, the timing nearly on. The Hornets maintain possession of the ball. We had a whistle from our referee. We're going to have a scrum set to Sacramento State. You see the Hornets fly half Andrew Osa lined up fairly deep off the back of the scrum. It has been a good scrum half battle so far. We see Abelman pursuing on defense. And the shape pays off. The strike run. See a few passes and bobbles back and forth. The setup is right. The execution just off for the Hornets, off the back of their scrum. And a scrum to the Aztecs. So the Aztecs with a couple personnel changes. Looks like we've got a new first receiver lined up off of the back of the scrum. Again, quite some distance. She's about 10 meters back from the back foot of the scrum and shading towards the far side of the field. The numbers are there. Ball is out. Pick and go by Megan Harris. State with the counter ruck and is State with the penalty. So Sac State's defense this time driving, choosing to counter, and it pays off with a penalty to the Hornets. Aztecs back 10 and then some. A lot of room to run. Turner looking for touch. And despite the acrobatics, the ball makes its way there. So we're going to have a line out to the Hornets. Just inside of Aztec territory. Vigil Figueroa with the ball in hand. We see Jocelyn Sanchez, the number 3 jersey, that first lifter. Would almost certainly anticipate the ball going to this first pod, and there it is. Disrupted by the Aztecs, so San Diego State able to create the turnover. The ball knocked on. So scrum to the Hornets. They're going to be at the middle of the field, about 38 meters from the goal line. Inside of 20 minutes left to play here in this women's D2 CRAA West Regional Semifinal. We'll see if we get another drive here by the Hornets. Prime opportunity for some forward strength play. Backs are lined up in 2 waves towards the far side of the field. So we see 10, 13, and 14 for the Hornets, supported by their 12 and their 15 and a second wave behind. It makes no difference as San Diego State is able to come away with a turnover at the scrum, something that we have not seen much of today. The ball is out. The ball is playable. Keela with another break. Keela has been a strong ball carrier all game long. She's got numbers to the outside. Sacramento State goes to Turner. She's had a pair of tries here in the second half so far, looking to add another. Turner is still going. Aztecs able to finally make the tackle. Hornets. The carry by Nevia Hall. We have a ball still in play. And just as I say it, it becomes unplayable. So we are going to have a scrum to the Aztecs. We'll see if we get clarification from our assistant referee as well. There are scenarios depending on who the ball was brought in by when you're inside of the in goal, in terms of having a goal line dropout, a 22-meter dropout, the 5-meter scrum. For more on the laws of rugby, you can go visit worldrugby.com. Get yourself certified as a referee. It's a great way to stay involved in the game. One of my favorite new referees, actually, Madalasi Morissette. She was a fly half for BYU last year, just 20 years old. And rather than continuing her playing career after she graduated, because she did graduate early, she has been a fixture as a very fit, very excellent referee. Saw her in sevens action refereeing some of the men's college D1 sevens this fall. San Diego State playing it out. Phases from the goal line. Numbers towards the near side of the field. And again, going with these forward pods, loving those strike lines. Lynn Loftus with the carry. The ball bounces, but the leg drive makes up for it. An excellent carry. I believe that's Alexa Carmosino. Aztecs. Maintaining possession, ball in hand. Juliet Picconi. See the double tackle from Turner and number 8, Megan Harris. And the Aztecs again. This is about 8, 9, 10 phases of play inside of their 22, just taken down. Jada Blair. So we've seen a lot of ball in play for minimal forward progress. And just as I say it, look at this line break. It finally pays off. The Aztecs able to wear down the Hornets defense. An excellent carry, an excellent run by the number 19. She finds Bella Abelman in support. Abelman taken down. Play on, says our referee. We see the pick and go. Lynn Loftus. Megan Harris. Harris with the break. She's got Jada Blair in support on the inside. Issa Malik on the outside. And there we go. Jada Blair runs the sport line, and Jada Blair goes over the line. The Aztecs finally able to strike again, narrowing the deficit 29-10 with 16 minutes of play. So all of that patience, maintaining possession of the ball inside of their 22, pays off. It took about 12 phases of play to get that line break. Well carried. I do not have a name, though, for that stellar player. She's been lining up at the first receiver position all game long with the double braids. We've seen a couple times when MJ Destro in the number 13 jersey has stepped in, but the line break there from the Aztecs really opens up the space on the field. The excellent support with options to both sides of her pays off in a Jada Blair try. She gets the line break and now lining up the conversion attempt. And a beauty of a kick straight through the post, 29-12. 14 minutes, 45 seconds left to play here in this Women's Division II CRAA semifinal. Again, a reminder that you can keep up with scores across the country with the Rugby Breakdown. Jackie Finland covering the action in both Gastonia, North Carolina, and here at Stanford University. She had a full breakdown of how the road to the playoffs unfolded. Seems like the East has been pretty solid in terms of their representation from the Carolinas, Florida, and the capital regions. Howard took on UNC Charlotte, Appalachian State against Eckerd out of Florida. But she goes into some detail, too, about teams that have had to either decline or withdraw from playoff spots. We saw the same thing last year when it came to the Women's Division I CRAA Spring Final. Virginia were the victors, but opted out of that national championship matchup, instead using money and resources to develop their team over their spring break. So it was Virginia Tech against BYU. This year, Virginia Tech is playing in the fall championships. So this opens up another opportunity for a new team to come out of the East. The last 2 years of the Women's Division I championship has been BYU against Virginia Tech, and BYU has won these games handily. At the D2 level, it was Claremont Foxes that were your champions last year, taking on San Diego State. So again, an opportunity where an East Coast team declined a spot. We saw an all-West final. We do have a minute on the field as players evaluated for injury. But again, as we look over the history with the seasonality and the regionality when it comes to the sport, teams mostly operating at the club level when it comes to the small colleges and the Division II experiences. We'll see teams later today that have a little bit more support at the D1 level, able to travel more. BYU designated as an extramural sport, which means they get more resources from their athletic department. For a long time, they were coached by Tom Pwaka. He stepped down this fall, was replaced by BYU men's legend and MLR veteran Jared Whitby. This is a team that continued rolling. The majority of their matches this fall season ended up in forfeits, unfortunately. But they did get quality matchups in their blue and white game, their alumni game, and against Grand Canyon University. GCU earned their way into the D1 playoffs. as the number 2 seed out of the Pacific Desert Conference took on Arizona State University in the 2-3 matchup. The first seed gets an automatic bye, so again, another game that BYU sadly didn't get to play. Stanford University's role ran through the Mountain Conference. We saw them play many times over against their Bay rivals, Cal Berkeley. Berkeley and Stanford, as the 1 and 2 seeds out of the Pacific Mountain Conference, crossed over with the Pacific Northwest, took on Washington and Western Washington to earn their way here. Treatments are done, and rugby will resume with 13 minutes and change left to play. Scrum to San Diego State. We see them steep and spread with their backs. A quick launch by the Hornets. San Diego State looking towards the outside. A good shift. The tackle made by Imani Darden. And look at this challenge. The counter ruck is on. What power is there? Turner creating an opportunity for the turnover. There's just too many opportunities with puns there. The ball is out. The penalty is awarded. We see Keela Miata, and the number 7 jersey is there. Turner ditches the braids for the pigtails. The ball is knocked on. A low driving kick. This is going to earn the Hornets a scrum just at the 22. Hard to field a ball with that much pace on it. It's just physics, y'all. The Hornets with the scrum at the 22-meter mark. See number 14, Annie Grace Perez here on the left side. The rest of the backs stacked out to the right. Again, setting up in 2 waves. So we see Osa, Turner, and Darden, 10, 12, and 13. And the second wave of action here, then Nicole Ayad. And it looks like we have a replacement wing on the far side of the field. Ayad now backing up. A lot of depth out of the 15 for the Hornets. The ball is secured at the back of the ruck. Keela still fighting her way downfield, supported well. Number 17, Navia Hall is there, but the Aztecs create the turnover and the interception. What timing! Imani Darden picking off the pass. Read that play like a book. So the Hornets get a spark, countering that earlier Aztecs try. Darden times it perfectly, and she sets herself up for a lovely conversion attempt. Going under the post and over the line. We talked about the launch of the Sacramento State defense all game long, and now it has paid off. We still have 10 minutes and change left to go in this second half. And we'll wait for Darden to line up the extras. The kick is good. Sacramento State extends their lead 36-12 with 10 minutes to play. If you're looking at your game management, it's a big question of do you want to rest your players and give them some time off before tomorrow's match, or do you want to keep this momentum going? Sacramento State, a team that has gelled as the season has progressed. Again, that opening loss to San Jose State, 95-17 was that score, with brand new players on the field, really able to build and recruit as the season went on, getting teams seasoning on the field. Having Turner back in action has been a big plus for this Hornets team. And we've got a foot race towards the outside. Walker looking to make the cover tackle. She gets Turner down. Now the question is, was the try scored? What a line break and what fast and furious action. The second half team steamrolling their way once again into Aztec territory. And it looks like Walker may have just nudged her into touch. A line out to San Diego State. So the try-saving tackle, the cover tackle, and the corner flag pays off. 36-12, 9 minutes left to play. A reminder that our next game will be kicking off at 2 p.m. That'll be Stanford University against Grand Canyon University, with Cal against BYU to follow at 4 p.m. in women's D1 action. The lineout is 1. The Aztecs playing it out the back, coming from inside their own in goal. Fun fact, there's no offsides in the in goal. And again, for more on the laws, go check out World Rugby. Aztecs working towards the outside. The timing is there on the offload. That's something they've been trying to execute all game long. They're able to advance nearly to the 22-meter mark. The Aztecs taken down again by the Hornets defense. We do see Nicole Ayad shaded back to defend against a kick if it is there, but we have not seen much when it comes to red zone offense from the Aztecs, preferring ball in hand over kicking for territory. And that's what earned them their earlier try. Abelman. And again, getting some continuity out of forward play, and a line break is on again. So again, the patient forward play originating from deep inside the 22. The Aztecs able to break the line. That was number 6, Mad Dog Funel. Looking for the offload. The timing is off. Positioning is off. So a penalty to the Hornets. 7.5 minutes left to play here in the second half of action. Semi-final rugby in the West Coast region, a national quarterfinal, if you will. Darden lining up to kick to touch. So relieving Turner from some of her kicking duties. And Turner has been such a presence. She had that line break and nearly went over again for her 3rd try of the half. The kick is true. It'll be a line out to the Hornets, gaining about 8 meters downfield. See a quick chat here between the Aztec defenders on the outside. MJ Destro giving some direction to number 16, Emma Kressel. And a minute on the field, so we have another player evaluation. Toasty conditions here in Palo Alto, about 76 degrees and sunny. Just some wispy cotton candy clouds in the sky. Perfect conditions for college playoff rugby. You couldn't ask for much better. One of the few rugby-specific stadiums in the United States. There's been a legacy of performance and history here at Stanford University. Last year, both the men's and the women's teams advanced into the College Sevens Championships, playing out at Kennesaw State. Heated competitions when it came to sevens. And again, a season that was highly disrupted by COVID. This will be Stanford women's first year where they have a full season of play. Last year, they opened their league matches with 5 straight forfeits. And then there was another misconnection on a transportation issue when it came to play in Chico State later in the season. Stanford women still advanced out of the strength of their wins, going undefeated in the matches that they were able to play. And we are in for a treat because last year's West semifinal at the D1 level was GCU Stanford. GCU coming away 26-24 victors. We saw back and forth action with GCU striking early, Stanford coming back to take a 12-7 lead, and then it was all GCU from then on. There was a chance on the final play of the game, so stay tuned for that match at 2 p.m. The match is back on here for our D2 women's semifinal, the West semifinal. The line out being reset, not straight. So now a line out to San Diego State. Sacramento State realigning their defense, and Sacramento State coming away with a steal off the line out. Andrew Osa fighting her way to the middle of the field. Taken down by the Aztecs defense at the 22, and the Aztecs able to strip Osa of the ball in contact. Eventually taken down, the number 19 fighting her way 10 meters downfield. Aztecs, the hands are there. Kressel towards the outside. We see a little bit of the loop and go out of Jay Manigo in the number 12 jersey for the Aztecs. Good support on offense. It was a great defensive tackle and a quick realignment for the Hornets. We see these gorgeous flat lines of defense setting up for launching, trying to stop the Aztecs before they start, and it has worked about 85% of the time today, really preventing the line breaks. Abelman outside, To number 19, we see the pass back in to the strike line run by Lynn Loftus. The ball bobbled in transition, and it is the Hornets coming away once again. So the defense, the pressure, and the presence doing the job. We'll have advantage being played to San Diego State on the knock-on. The Aztecs looking to exit. Again, we'd expect a few phases of play, really trying to break it open. They're past the 22. Advantage still being played. Advantage lost when the ball is knocked on, so we're going to go back to the original infraction. And this time it is a penalty to San Diego State. Players in the ruck must keep their feet. You must keep your shoulders above your hips as well. Want to ensure that we're controlling our bodies and providing a safe and stable platform. When you actually break down the game of rugby, a good amount of injuries come at the ruck. Former Fiji Sevens coach Ben Ryan has been on quite a crusade to ensure that we have safer rucking. The laws of rugby constantly being adjusted with trials varying by hemisphere when it comes to safe tackle levels and safe tackle lines. Concussion protocols constantly refined to ensure player welfare. And well, we're back in action on the field. San Diego State scrambling to retain and maintain possession of the ball. The Sacramento State defense preventing the go forward. Bella Abelman has been so scrappy, ball in hand. That's at number 9 for the Aztecs. The Aztecs through Juliette Biconi. And now it's Sacramento State with a steal on defense. Linnea Lagarde. But Keela Miata, again, she has been a force around this 22 with the go forward for the Hornets. Navia Hall in the number 17 jersey. Hall gets a little bit of the rainbow pass over the head. And the Hornets turn over. So now it's San Diego State, again, attacking from inside their 22. 3 minutes left to go here in the second half. The Aztecs again with the carry. The ball knocked on in contact, goes forward. The bobble by Fennell is going to give the Hornets a scrum. About 10 meters from the Aztec goal line. 2.5 minutes left to play. See the Claremont Foxes watching all the action, coming up with their gameplay for tomorrow. The defending national champions eager to repeat. I've been able to see them play live a few times down in Southern California. Talented players coming from the consortium of colleges there. So much as their varsity athletes are allowed to compete, there is a consortium agreement with USA Rugby. Specific scenarios that will allow their 5 colleges to come together and play as one team, unique to that school system. Harvey Mudd and the like. A minute on the field. Ken getting his steps in. Part of the athletic training staff here at Stanford University. And again, when we think about the history of the sport and the history of the presence on campus, this is a men's team that's been around in excess of 100 years. Quite the legacy of success. The women's program has come away with multiple national championships. As rugby has evolved into a NYRA and NCAA sport and all these divisions emerge. Of course, there have been some differences on the game. So this has been Stanford women's return to undefeated D1 action. Andrew Osa looking to return, though. Sacramento State weaving her way across the try line. Sacramento State getting a try in the final 2 minutes of the game. Osa finally gets the ball with some space, shows off the fancy footwork and the step. 41-12, pending the conversion attempt. So again, a Sacramento State program that has really built as the season has gone on, taking away valuable lessons from some losses and some tight games, just elevating their first winning season since the team was founded back in 2016, 2017. And in what fashion here, taking out the reigning Women's Division II CRAA national runners-up San Diego State in their 3rd year as a program has notched themselves a national championship appearance last year and now a national quarterfinal appearance this year. Again, looking at the average rugby age of players on the field, this is a San Diego State team that has one player with 7 years of experience in Bella Abelman, but everyone else looking at 1, 1.5, and maybe 2 players with 3 years of experience. So a lot to grow on, a lot to take away from this Nationals appearance, and especially against the Sacramento State program on the rise. The conversion is missed. Score remains 41-12. We still have a minute to play. San Diego State seeing if they can run it back one last time. If you're Sacramento State, you just want to maintain possession of the ball and preserve the victory. Quite the tackle made by Nevaeh Hall in the number 17 jersey for the Hornets. The Aztecs able to maintain possession. Looks like there may have been a drop straight down, so no knock on. The Aztecs get to play on. Turnover by the Hornets. Looks like it was Linnea Lagarde coming away with another key turnover for the Sacramento State team. We are inside of 3 seconds left to play on the official game clock. Time on the field kept by our referee. And of course, play doesn't stop until there's an actual stoppage. So we're looking for another try, perhaps a tackle to touch. Annie Grace, the gymnast, convert to rugby. Keeps her feet, keeps the ball on field, and that will be the game. Your Sacramento State Hornets coming away 41-12 on the victory, punching their ticket in tomorrow's West Final against the Claremont Foxes. The Sacramento State Hornets have elevated all season long, and there is all to play for, as the winner of tomorrow's match will book their spot in the national championship game in Houston early in May. Quite the season for San Diego State. Again, a team that was 5-1 with their overall record, winners of the Scrum by the Sea in an undefeated fall season. They won their conference in 7, so their season is not done yet. They'll advance to the CRAA Sevens Nationals that is being hosted over the course of 2 weekends in Texas, with the Premier Division taking place coinciding with the 15s championships the weekend of May 6th and 7th. The Division 1 and Division 2 CRAA teams will be playing in Dallas the weekend of May 13th and 14th. So both these teams continuing into the postseason, and we see the sportsmanship that we've all come to know and love from the sport. The San Diego State Aztecs tunneling off their opponents, the Hornets. A well-played game of rugby, defense the story of the game, and cannot wait to see these teams mature into their 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th year of playing on the field. There'll be so many returning players and people falling in love with the sport. I am Liz Entwistle here at Stanford University. We will be back at 2 p.m. Pacific for a rematch of last year's D1 CRAA West semifinals. Stanford University looking to avenge their 26-24 loss against Grand Canyon University. The program from Arizona returning nearly their entire roster from last season. Stanford debuted so many rookies. There'll be so much to watch for. We are in for a treat. And then coming up at 4 o'clock, we will see Cal Berkeley against Brigham Young University, the defending D1 national champions under first-year coach Jared Whippy, a veteran of BYU men's program, a multiple-time national champion himself with a record in Major League Rugby, playing for both the Utah Warriors and the Seattle Seawolves. And if you're really in love with all this California rugby, after all the women's action that'll be taking place tomorrow with another 3 games, we also have Cal men hosting BYU men in the men's D1A national semifinal. Both teams upset and outplayed their seed. So that's something else you could stream on the side between all the action here at Stanford University. If you are in Northern California, see if you can make your way to campus. An excellent game ahead for Sacramento State, who have earned their berth into the West Final, taking on the Claremont Foxes. plays too.
Yeah.
He was like a rookie on the men's team this fall, wasn't he? I just remembered that from like.
Polo and like tattoos on his forearm.
Yeah, he was quite good.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the win, though.
Thank
like,
you.
guys like
Yeah.
steadily like your defensive lines are impressive. Like the way that you guys are patient on zeroing out.
Thank you. Yeah, we need to work on it, but thank you.
Yeah, and that was a really good battle. Like you and Bella at scrum half, it was a really good battle. You guys both were pressuring. Like you both like controlled the scrims very well. It was really nice to watch. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Shella. What? One music festival. One. Well, you guys won, and when we won this game. Go, go, yeah. Exactly. I was going to message you.
I haven't seen you.
Is this a stupid
I
question,
haven't
but are
seen
you
you
going
in
to
like
be there?
months.
I know. Is this a stupid question, but are you going to be there?
Did you hear it? It's D.
Oh, I know. I heard it and like, and was like, nah, I'll get over there eventually. Didn't get many times of sass. You don't get sassed by like anyone here, so you know.
Seriously, I just didn't want to react to it. I did. Inside, I was inside of my heart attack, but I did not expect it. I definitely had it was actually kind of scary. It is. Yeah, I was trying to much over there.
They're allowed to have sugary treats, I reckon. No, because like normally they have healthy treats, right? They have healthy snacks in the afternoon, but they're allowed treats.
Thank you for taking care of my mom so much. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Sorry, we're sweaty. Oh, it's okay. Yes, she called me. Yeah, I'll lift you up. Oh my God. Great game. Thank you so much. That's amazing. I tried that. All right, Mom. Thanks, Mike.
Next level. Yeah, that's next level.
So that's what she's doing. And over there, she's like, friends with a bunch of kids again, but like they actually fight and then they still, you know, like normal. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know those details, but they live in professional religion.
I know. Criminology.
Yes, the ones upside down. I don't know what's happening there.
But I think this is like
There is.
really?
My bag.
Yeah, I was like,
58.72 something? No. 37.
Oh, you're right. 5728.
5728. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
I thought she like cracked her like, oh no, she's talking. Yeah, the guy does like his whole thing. She's like, you're okay. And I was like, okay. Just like they just need a hug. They just need a hug.
But
She was like,
tomorrow,
very small.
they say it's free. So the park is on Monday through Friday.
But it's just so nuts how
right next to it.
Studio side. So you can see it. So you got half-time or full-time scores, and you just update it here. So you update it there, so we put them in those games.
And then when you save it, it automatically, because it's drawing from that file, right?
Yeah. You export it as a PNG, you just keep the file name the same.
Yeah.
So change this one to D. And then you've got Stanford, GCU.
They lost to a couple of games. not their ace, but their B-side. But even their B-side is
So it's kind of nice. Got the schedule, which I think came out pretty good, considering. Yeah, a little hard to read, but whatever. We were supposed to have lineups, but I don't have the lineups. I might try it for this game. And my overlays, D1 and D2. I'm going to change these now. This is the only part that we use.
There's a plug-in that'll do time and stuff.
Yeah, but that we don't have. We're not connected to Wi-Fi to that clock.
Yeah, but I mean, luckily for this, it's countdown. So I mean, as long as you
shouldn't be
start,
should be.
Sorry, count up.
Yeah.
But as long as you start it at the same time.
And so we can flick between the wide and the tight cameras.
That scoreboard won't let you flip from.
It's not set up for it.
To count up, really?
No, we could count up on it.
On the scoreboard?
Yeah, everyone just prefers you count down.
I'd be like, okay.
It's sacrilege.
It's super sacrilegious.
Like, I'm not a big soccer fan, but when I do watch soccer, it's hard to fucking figure out what's going on. But it's 45 minutes.
But it's fun when a referee, and if you are playing in a game and the referee is like, well, it just went zeros. But if you can point and say it's 46, it's supposed to be done at 40. It's so much more fun. So as a player,
I know, so my little lose her head if it wasn't attached to her. How was the flight?
Two girls forget
Yeah,
their
because
IDs.
earlier it was San Diego State.
It wasn't too bad.
Sacramento.
That's how you call them.
I think it's these. You should have fun out there.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully, like I said, we can figure it out. If not, I'm going to take money out of our banking account to pay for this trip. We have to take gas, hotel, and food. Yeah, you about to come out your pocket, girl. Well, if she loses it, she doesn't deserve it. Loses it, it's like,
Go to say, like, we need to get
okay, so if she loses that plastic
everything. None of this might,
you are
the dealership
inside of it too.
be able to pay.
She deserves it.
And updated dates.
I'm like, I'd be itchy. Yeah. What I heard was,
They got one this year, but they've been advertising it.
I have not seen him, but he could be here. He could have come out and I haven't seen him. If that makes sense.
I never got to get to the room because, like I said, it's only good to yard all the time. We only play 58 plays. But I seen a YouTube video.
Hey, Emily. Overtime for CRAA. Do we have a list of rules?
yeah, hold on.
The refs are asking me.
So I was gonna say, you're already predicting overtime?
No, Tim Lou's asking me. You know Tim, don't you?
I don't know.
G'day, Josh speaking.
So is that it's okay.
It happens. It's a matter of time.
This is a serious question.
I think it's supposed to happen. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
That's why you play the game. Yeah.
No, this is definitely one of those ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, the thing is,
You're in the hunt.
but we could potentially. Like, we lost our team last year. We're better than the team last year than they did. So, like,
Yeah. There's everything standard we could do because double punches.
okay.
So it's 2 5-minute periods of normal extra time,
Okay.
and then 1 5-minute of sudden death, and then kicking. That's what the rookie says. So I don't know.
What's
I have
the-
to say overtime or sudden death is like the worst way to lose it. Tying, I hate tying though. Tying also sucks.
In soccer, I hate penalties.
I know.
Hockey, I'm okay with. Soccer,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
But I agree with soccer. Soccer,
Is it the
like
drop
half,
kick?
yeah.
Is it the drop kick one, or is it the 22 and 40 meter one that they did in the
22 and 40, but I could be convinced otherwise.
the 3 spots from the 22 and the 3 spots for the 40? Fuck.
What
All
is
right.
it? Should we drop kick it?
Well, the old one was the drop kick from the 22, and it was like a penalty shootout.
You guys are deciding this right now. Yeah.
But like, the new one is the 22, but you have to have 3 fucking kickers.
I know. I'm gonna go grab that right now. Would you be okay to start this if I
Yeah,
get back?
you should leave now because I'm going to hit a point of delirium.
Josh, I was told to make a decision on this.
That was promising. I just need. Oh, look at that.
I would go with it.
So I tried to keep it as close to like the World Rugby standard as possible
Yeah.
without making it like a player welfare issue.
So do you want to go best of 5 from the? I would go with the World Rugby, followed by the place kick protocol from World Rugby.
I mean, we could go tournament rules and just drop a player every minute.
Ice hockey style? Well, I sent it now, followed by the place kick protocol by World Rugby. Because that way it's a very specific, it's that protocol, not the old.
I just didn't want to have to make it up, so they made it up for me. So I just went with it.
I'm just being real.
Because the times when you do like me or when you're really working.
Yeah, when we're chatting in the video or something else.
It's kind of fun when the two overlap, but in the other way, you get a little bit like Derek said, but like in social life.
Is anybody selling like sodas?
Not that I know of. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Like baseball's going to be coming online soon. I'll be in concession stand on there a little bit.
But not right here for the rugby game.
Well, they will send their warm beer around if softball's on, but they won't if they come from baseball.
Oh, so when does that game start?
There's so many games like today. There's 7 games. There's track and baseball and lacrosse. So they're all about to start coming up. So if you go for a wander down that way, there might be someone selling some.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Exactly.
Yes. Yep. Fine.
We're not quit. They left. So nobody totally tried to, get it back together when the pandemic started letting off everything, but nobody was really doing it.
By the way,
So the girls actually,
Sarah Lisa, I don't know if you knew this,
and they were paying on our
but
back.
Julie
What?
So that's why they ended up going to Delta. For me, I was already struggling to get a house. Get up all the way to Delta. So I was like, I got it.
It's not a good way to see it. So look at here. Alex saw a Facebook post. Winston and No, don't help change you at all. No.
Okay, so well, somebody was listening. And so we're supposed to add this roster.
I think I created the squad, but I don't know where to add the actual match day roster.
I don't know. She's logged in. She's logged in.
said we only have club admin.
Yeah, you can make yourself a team admin. Come over here. I'll do it for you. It'll be way easier on a. Yeah, I know what's going on. I wish we could. Nah. Next time. Your dulcet tones gracing the airwaves. I just want to use dulcet in a sentence.
So she can make a swap list, but she can't.
No, so you're a team admin because you can have an A side and a B side associated with the same club,
Right.
but someone might not be the team admin for one of those teams.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's all it is. All that's happened is, like in Australia, you'd have one club and you'd have 8 teams.
Right. That makes sense.
And so you'd have different team admins, and you can do this yourself. I'm going to do it for you. That one. Use that. All right. What's the? So you would do this. You would search for yourself again, right? You go here. You've got user permissions. So you go team admin because you're already a club admin, and you're just at that level. And so you go there, save changes. That's you normally have to like go back a screen or two and just play around, but then you'll be able to do it. Nope, you're on the wrong.
No, this is the right one. Yeah, because now. No, this is the right game. Yeah, the BYU.
Because you need to go up to the top, and the collegiate playoffs. There you go.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
You do what you need to.
JQ.
Thank you.
JQ.
Should I add myself onto this too?
Yes. Are you registered with USA Rugby?
I am registered with USA Rugby. I added myself as an admin volunteer for the club, but I don't.
IEU?
IEU, yeah. Good job.
I'm pretty sure that's right, but like I always just put J and Q. So like. So I'm going to set you as a club admin.
Anybody can do this, or can you do this because you're...
I can do this because I'm a conference admin.
Okay.
Once you're a club admin, you can add other club admins.
Gotcha.
And you can add team admins.
All right.
So anything that's your level or below.
No, not yet.
So
but line yourselves up in alphabetical order, please.
Alphabetical order by last name. I'm E.
As best you can.
So now you're a team admin.
Okay. I was like, I have all these apps.
But you would do it with the same thing. So you go into Rugby Explorer, admin portal,
okay,
and then you'd be a club admin for Berkeley.
Yeah.
And you can do that. So
there's so much going on.
you're telling me. I had to create
have a
all
lot
these
going on.
graphics for all the live stream and stuff, and set up commentary. You know, just add it to the list of things that I do. So, yeah, Darren Lisa, it's not private, but and so you can tell people. Yeah, but like if they because I don't want it to be. So you would help me. Yes. But so she's had a Incognito.
Right, exactly. She's in her full like.
How do you know? I know. Well, I was. Like.
Are you up here with your team?
No, I work here.
Yep.
I work here at his daughter's.
Oh. Oh, awesome.
So
Okay.
I was like, if I don't see you, I don't care what
Yeah. Wait, so did you move up here then?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
She's lived here for like 10 years?
I know.
Is it 10 years? 9 years?
My night, yeah.
Oh my god!
So I'm just a little bit behind in my news. No, it's alright. Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah. Stop talking to JQ.
But it's so much fun.
It was only like 20 years ago. So wait.
Alright.
It was yesterday. I don't know.
You're the one.
Yeah. No, I stopped in basically pandemic. Yeah. Yes. It was just like during the pandemic that we were around. It was great. I was like, that's my friend. All right, Lori.
Josh, I'm gonna take off.
Alright, buddy.
I'm not gonna enter your official
No, you can come in.
tournament zone. So sorry, that was really good to see you. I was gonna message you. Good to see you.
I'm gonna come say hello around campus. I tried driving through, what's up?
Click submit and then it says
1 hour.
Are you just back for this and then?
Yeah, and I'll be back again. I don't know when, but like the last time I'm coming back, I'll probably actually do a going
Yeah,
away
okay,
thing
okay.
because
I
I
know.
do like 5 and then still be back.
Bye, awkward.
It's already been a 9-month goodbye from
Yeah.
here, which is, I mean, I'm not complaining because I'm grateful that I've been able to do this. That's my strong belief.
Okay. Are you in all the interviews?
Yes.
Okay. I was just curious. I mean, I don't want to be. I'm just like feeling to me, but I don't know.
So I think if some of the people who didn't drop because of salary, it could have been much different.
Yeah. Who dropped it?
So 2 years won't drop because of salary, and you know too, because he was in salary. And then
Wow. They just saw Sanford and figured.
they were thinking like 140 to 150 in Justin Hickey. So he was at Clemson. He's at Notre Dame now.
Okay, his name sounds really
Yeah,
familiar.
and then you have Gavin Hickey. So you had Gavin and Justin Hickey who helped Scott Lawrence with that under-20s team.
Got it.
So
The name's not.
you would know of him.
Yeah.
I think they would have been really interesting candidates to go against Rich in the final. And then there were 2 who came in late who I think if they had been available and submitted on time, they would have been really good candidates. Do I think Rich still could have got it? Yes. I'm not.
And at this point, we don't know.
Yeah, he was always the favourite. I mean, the hardest part for him will be to deal with. No, he won't be able to do both. But more so the managing both teams as both teams.
Yeah.
And then doing the admin. Admin's not his strong suit. And so you don't want to end up hiring someone and then just bomb it away and give them all the shit tons. You don't want to do because you still got to that's not a reg specific thing.
And maybe that's something like, I don't know, unprofessional.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Yeah.
People could have that, and like you can have that on your account and say like I have like sport administration, like you know something like whatever. So okay, the white is gonna be super problematic.
Yep.
These are really probably are gonna. Sorry, I'm not trying to be judgmental. If I was out there.
Come on, number 5, let's keep
I guess they
up.
have the so, okay, I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's super shitty. Just
Is the like place and like the jobs and like all that part good?
for her, yeah.
Okay, good.
For me, I have no. Like, I'm about to sign a contract probably with someone, which I don't. It would give me something, and it's decent. It's still 70 grand. But yeah, it's not good, but like it's something, and I can work remotely.
Wait, I'm so confused. Why did no one? Are you not contesting that?
No, that's a team. We're going to be wearing red. We're going to be wearing red.
I'm like, how are they playing each other away from me? Things are becoming more clear. I understand now.
Yeah, so
I signed up to film this game.
yeah. Let me do this. I want it to be done well.
This game 1, it's better than this game 2.
So this is game 2.
Okay, how do you
They're next. So
Oh,
game,
so this is game 1.
This is game 1 of it, D1. Game 1 was D2.
Oh, who was that?
Sac State beat SDS. So you're on this. This camera's just going to move. Yeah, so don't worry about it. Yeah.
Zoom in on this.
Yep, zoom in on this as close as you can. When you start filming, you're going to go here with this.
This and that's going to go down.
Yeah, so you can go up and down. You can stay pretty tight to the action. You kind of want to zoom out a little bit, but then try and... Because I can cut out and go to this camera any time, yeah, if you get super zoomed in, it doesn't work. So that's there. We'll hit start, record on both. At the start of the game, just leave them double. Yep. I would, yeah. Do you? Here, jump up. So when I've lost it, so you can lock it. You can push down hard, it goes through. So it gives you sort of those two different movements. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then see, because I cut between them over here.
Okay.
So if we'll be on your camera most of the time, and then if I have to, like if the ball goes wide or it's a kick or something.
Has this been hosted here before? This whole thing with like, even like D2 and stuff?
It's your I was gonna answer for the sister.
Hey, what's up? Rugby field. Yeah, you should come watch. Yeah, what are you doing?
There's 2 minutes.
What? You should have just read your book here.
Gotta get my commentator back.
Actually, no, I'm filming the game, so I'm not. 2 hours. But 2 hours, but I'm filming it, so I wouldn't be able to talk about it. So. But yeah. How was your night last night? I passed out.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw me in Aaron's room. You're coming tonight though, right? What? You're coming tonight, yeah? Okay. Also, I gotta go buy stuff for Kyle's birthday. You wanna come with? I'm just getting my cameras and stuff. Okay, what?
I just sent a PEO from an event for cardio.
Okay, I'll see you at 4.
Got it done.
Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome to Stanford University at the Stuber Rugby Stadium. I am Liz Entwistle and we are here with the first of the women's D1 West National College CRAA semifinals. This is a rematch of last year's event with the Stanford Cardinal hosting the Grand Canyon University Antelopes. We'll refer to them as the Lopes from time to time. Stanford in the red jerseys going from right to left across your screen. GCU in their signature white with the purple accents. These teams are both young. They are both returning plenty of starters from last year's affair. That match ended with a 26-24 victory to Grand Canyon. It was back and forth action with GCU striking first. Stanford was able to counter via Dakota Bailey Van Kuren with a couple of tries, took a lead 12-7, but from then it was all GCU all day. Stanford nearly battled back with an opportunity to score on the final play, but it was GCU's defense that held firm in the stoppage time, and they moved on to play BYU in the West Final. GCU also went on to compete in the CRC Premier Division. They've been invited back again this year. Stanford competed in the CRAA Sevens playoffs as well. Stanford kicking off to GCU, and here we go. 40 minutes of action in the first half ahead. The ball carried up well by Chloe Williams, the number 7 jersey for GCU. Again, a team that returns several of its starters. In fact, all but one, if I recall correctly. This is a team last year that was rebuilding with heaps of new talent after the pandemic break. So we'll look to see even more confident play. Sparkling defense here out of Stanford. Gabby Mesa with the tackle forces the knock on, and Stanford being shown advantage. Helen Muir wearing the number 1 jersey, solid with the carry. Leilani Mendoza wearing the number 9 finds Ellie McKay. This is a Stanford team where 17 of the 23 players today have 1 or 2 years of experience, but experience they got in plenty of league action. This is one of our rookies on debut, Sid Davis, going around the outside, a strong carrier. If she didn't play rugby, you'd expect to see her checking people on a hockey ice. Stanford inside the 22, realigning. It's Laura Bosick at the fly half position, going outside. Gabby Mesa finds Mahie Wilhelm. Mahie nearly to the try line, stopped just short. GCU frantic on their defense. Bosick going outside to Journey Washington High. Reset, Leilani Mendoza finds Ellie McKay. Stanford doing well to support with the action with these rucks. GCU reloading on defense and setting their line. Bosick to the outside, finds Alyssa Vouillet. Vanessa Onaha, one of a few players out of Missouri for the Cardinal. Gabby Mesa tackled again. GCU coming up fast and hard, making it difficult for the Cardinal to gain any go forward. Ellie McKay, ball in hand, going through several phases of play here inside of the 22. Mendoza finds Sydney Hsu. Sydney played college rugby at Princeton University prior to arriving here at Stanford, one of a few postgraduate students on the team. And a penalty to GCU, so the Lopes defense pays off with the turnover inside their 22, able to hold the Cardinal back and prevent access to that try line. We see Caitlin Poole with the ball in hand. She is one of the most veteran players on this roster with 8 years of playing experience. Angel Lucero in the number 13 jersey, another player to watch, also 8 years of veteran rugby experience. The kick to touch finds its mark, line out to GCU. This is a Lopes team that has lost but one conference match each of the last 3 years, and that has always been to BYU. Last year, some of those scores were in the 87-0 mark, 113-0. This year, they were able to narrow that gap to 43-0 as reported by GCU, 47-0 reported by BYU, but about half the mark from before, and that was their first game of the season. Since then, they've been undefeated. Their average margin of victory, 49-6 in league play, with Arizona State being the team they needed to beat in the Pacific Desert Conference 2-3 matchup to earn the berth here today. GCU also strong in the game of sevens. They reached the CRC semifinals in New Orleans last year. This year, they have outscored their sevens opponents in the one tournament they recently played by a mark of 200-5. So a team that's used to being high scoring on offense, but so far Cardinal has denied possession of the ball. Scrum to Stanford. This will be Leilani Mendoza in the put-in. The Cardinal, known for showing a variety of shapes, coached currently by Rich Ashfield, one of our USA Rugby and the current USA Rugby Women's National 15s coach. We see action with the passes, and look at this journey. Washington High able to corral the ball. She is taken down by GCU. Looked like Angel Lucero on the tackle, and her defense was noted as one of her strengths. Mejia Wilhelm, a powerful number 8, taken down at the 22. Mendoza to Bosick. Finds Sydney on the outside, and what a tackle by Cyan Collier from GCU. Cardinal able to maintain possession of the ball, but losing territory. These two teams picking up exactly where they left off in last year's affair. GCU with the turnover. So the Lopes on attack. We saw Sid Davis coming up hard to make the stop. This time a penalty to Stanford. Must release the ball in the tackle. And you cannot hold on to a tackled player. Leilani Mendoza with the ball in hand. We had a double whistle on the field. So our referee, Artie, having a word. Chatting up Danielle Saleo, one of the team captains, a standout player from last year's contest. Keep an eye on as well, number 2, Janice Deeks. And we'll expect a lot of action from a deep Lopes bench. Bianca Curtis was a standout center for the program last year. In the number 16 jersey today. Again, 2 days of playoffs, Friday, Saturday. This is the West Regional Final. The winner of this match will play the winner of Brigham Young University against Cal. That game taking place at 4 o'clock. In the eastern side of the United States, playoffs taking place in Gastonia, North Carolina, where we have UVA that was meant to play University of Central Florida. Central Florida had to withdraw from the playoffs, so they were seeing if they could get a Blue Ridge replacement. That was still up in the air, assuming that UVA has a bye. This is a team that has done quite well in conference play and earned a berth into the national championships last year. And then we also have NC State against Florida. Back to action on the field. Gabby Mesa with the carry. Mendoza to Bosick. Davis to Washington High. Journey fighting her way towards the outside, trying to tiptoe her way back on field, but a powerful tackle by Sophia Rico, the number 15 jersey for GCU, another impact player from last year's team. Again, looking across both sides, Stanford, 17 of 23 players with less than 2 years experience. GCU, about the same. Several players out there, 1 to 2 years of experience. Allie Boyd in the number 4 jersey is in her first 6 months of playing. Spoke to Janice Deeks there in the number 2 jersey. Setting the line out throw. GCU setting 5 in their line out. We see some action moving towards the back. Sydney Davis able to recover the ball. The Cardinal on the attack. Davis keeping her feet. Remember the first day she was at training, she showed up in a USA wrestling shirt and definitely thought her strength and power would pay off. Helen Moore goes out to Zoe Colorado Mansfield. Bosick. Skips out to Gabby Mesa. What an offload. Sydney Shu is there, but so is the GCU defense. And speaking of that defense, the pressure caused the forward pass. Scrum to the Lopes. We'll watch this battle today between the opposing number 9s, Caitlin Poole for GCU and Leilani Mendoza out of Stanford. Both teams veteran players, or both veteran players on their teams. Stanford across in defense. Shu shading back at fullback. And we see Gabby Mesa coming back, slotting in at center. The Lopes fairly flat as well. Would look to see a kicking exit. So the dummy run, the skip pass, and the Lopes prove me wrong, keeping the ball in hand. Excellent continuity, excellent use of finding the space. This is Chloe Garriol. And the Lopes making their way towards midfield. The double tackle by Stanford. GCU, good placement of the ball. An easy delivery for Caitlin Poole. The delivery from De La Cruz to Chloe Williams. Love the timing of these runs on offense by the Lopes. This is a team that is quite dynamic on offense. Again, high scoring action in all of their league matches as well as in the game of sevens. They are in their 3rd year under head coach Lindsay Mahoney. No stranger to rugby in Southern California and Arizona herself. The Lopes working the ball towards the outside, and just evading the tackle here is Sophia Rico. Stepping her way through, the Lopes secure the ruck. Stanford zeroes the counter, looking for that next wave of attack on defense. A carry by Allie Boyd. Atlee a crossover from gymnastics and golf. Sayan Collier with the carry. Obstruction is called, penalty to Stanford. We are 10 minutes into this opening half. Score remains 0-0. Leilani Mendoza, you see the pass off of the forehead, but no advantage gain. GCU not back 10, and we're going to have a penalty to Stanford. Mendoza with the ball in hand. Setting up a forward play. Vanessa Onaha. Supported by Ellie McKay. Ellie McKay with the line break. McKay looking her way towards the try line. She's almost there. Can she dot it down? The try is awarded. Stanford taking a 5-0 lead 10 minutes into the opening half of play. So GCU with the line breaks making their way downfield, and it is Stanford able to counter off of the penalty from the obstruction call. They strike first, 5-0. Saw a little bit of love from the BYU women coming for their check-in. They played GCU in their semifinal last year, looking perhaps for some different opponents in this year's affair. They played GCU several times in conference play as well. Again, the number 1 team out of the Pacific Mountain Desert Conference. The lone team out of Utah that plays their spring rugby instead, opting for a schedule that took them playing Central Washington University out of the D1 Elite, several alumni matches, their blue and white match as well. So we'll look forward to their matchup at 4 o'clock as they make their way towards check-in. Ellie McKay, normally so reliable on the conversions. McKay misses wide to the left and a little bit low on the driving kick. The score remains 5-0. The Cardinal in the lead. It's worth noting as well that this is a Cardinal team that is missing 6 veteran players on the field this weekend. We see Nadia Hermat normally slot in the number 4, number 5, sometimes number 8 jersey. Lila McCormick as well, an active back row forward. Speedsters Chloe Schrager and Ryan Ray. Options on the wing and fullback, not in action today. Annabelle Davis, a utility forward, and Maddie Daly as well. GCU leaves 3 players on their bench out of the 23 roster, and Kenzie Williams, Emily Murphy, and Lauren Campbell. Campbell was such a revelation last year, a strong number 8 who had crossed over into the game from softball. So 2 teams with depth and several players able to slot in when we look at injuries and player welfare. Mejia Wilhelm still on the goal, fields the kickoff. Stanford looking to sort out the ruck. GCU frantic in the counter. Mendoza able to get the ball out. Stanford On the attack, Bosick. This is Sydney Shu. Again, one of two graduate students, Shu playing her undergrad at Princeton University, while Sephora Rupert played her college rugby at Harvard at the NYRA D1 level. It's worth noting that Laura Bosick, the fly half, was able to play some rugby abroad in both Hong Kong and Estonia. We have a minute on the field. So GCU resorting and realigning. We will let you know that due to the heat this weekend, we will be having water breaks in all of our remaining games. Again, player welfare at the forefront. A beautiful strike on the kick to touch off the boot of Samantha Garcia, a former soccer player, also crossed over from softball and basketball. Several of these GCU players, 3 sport athletes, 2 sport athletes, making the transition into the game of rugby. And this is a team that, by and large, rebuilt with a fresh roster after the COVID pandemic, coming into last spring's affair. I believe they returned at least 22 out of those 23 players. An uncharacteristic misstep by the Lopes. Obstruction called again. This is the second time. So they'll need to be very mindful of their offensive spacing. Stanford with the penalty. Ellie McKay. Nudges the ball into touch just past the halfway mark. We'll have a line out to the Cardinal on the near sideline. We'll again look at our setups and our shapes. And it looks like a full line out for the Cardinal. Kayla Williams lining up for the throw. This is a player that can play number 6, number 13, number 12. Today finds herself in the number 2 jersey. A Spitfire of a player out of Oklahoma. Werner's throw is low. GCU nearly able to take advantage of the turnover. And now a scrum to the Cardinal. Looking across the Stanford scrum, we have Helen Moore in the number 1 jersey, Kayla Werner in the number 2, Vanessa Onaha, number 3. Matching up against GCU and Cyan Collier in the number 1, Janice Deeks in the number 2, and Elisa Goya in the number 3 jersey. Again, keep an eye on Caitlin Poole, the GCU number 9, 8 years of veteran experience. Leilani Mendoza has just a few more with 12 years of rugby under her belt coming out of Southern California. Mendoza, ball is in. Poole staying onside. A well-done scrum. A little bit of a miscommunication between Bosick and number 12, Madison Quigg, but Cardinal able to realign and recollect. This is Elisa Villiers on the far sideline. Stanford resets. GCU flat in defense, setting their line. Quite the white wall if you're a Game of Thrones fan. Bosick finds Onaha. Onaha able to keep her feet, wins that collision with Collier. Gains a few extra meters and sucks in a few extra Lopes defenders. Bosick to Sydney Shu. Kayla Werner. She's got Journey Washington High on the outside. Spaces towards the inside. 3 Lopes quickly there to make the tackle and back on their feet. Love this defensive pressure out of the Lopes team. Constantly resetting and realigning, making it difficult for Stanford to breach that white wall. Bosick finds Quigg. Mihie Wilhelm, there's numbers towards the outside. What a distribution there to Sydney Davis. But again, it is GCU in the right place at the right time, able to make the stop. Bosick fighting her way to the 22. Cardinal aligned to the left. The carry by Helen Muir. Mendoza to Shu, finds Gabby Mesa. Mesa taken down by Khaleesi Poi. Bosick, sure hands, barely splits the gap like a hot knife through butter. The Cardinal gets the crowd going. About 10 meters from the goal line. Onaha, she's got Burner and Washington High towards the outside. Washington High is there, trying to keep her feet, and again, taken out to touch. So this powerful GCU defense. Chloe Gariel making use of the sideline to make the tackle. We'll line out to GCU. Looks like just 2 meters out. Waiting on an indication and confirmation from our referee, Artie. Seems like there may be a scrum indicated. And correction, it looks like the lineout remains. So he's setting the mark, ensuring that the tunnel is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the lineout for GCU. Stanford has matched. The pressure is on, a miss pass in the in goal. Davis is there, blocks the kick. GCU playing dangerous rugby in the in goal. We are going to have a goal line dropout. Recent changes with World Rugby and recent, since COVID times. Rather than get into the cumbersome 5-meter scrum back and forth again, and these goal line charges and things too, in order to keep the pace of the game active and to give advantages to the teams on the field for dynamic play, this will be a goal line drop kick. A little bit of confusion in terms of setup and structure. And again, dangerous territory. We just saw that kick blocked before by the Cardinal. We see the low attempt at the chip. Don't believe it actually dropped and hit the ground, in which case we should have a scrum to the Cardinal. So that is one thing with the drop kick. It must drop. You see frequently deployed in the game of sevens. It's the way the conversions are taken in that sport. And the development of the restart with the drop kick when it comes to aerialists in the game and the timing of own teams. Right now it is all about this scrum to Stanford. 5 meters from the goal line. Look at the shape out of their back. So we see Bosick. She's got Quigg tight to her inside. Mason, the 13 jersey, the outside. Spacing with Washington High out to the left. Sydney Shu in the 15 jersey is potentially realigning. Mejia Wilhelm with the pick. Looking to suck in the Lopes defense, but the Lopes are so patient and so quick to realign. Shu to Bosick. Stopped short of the goal line. Penalty to the Cardinal. I believe offside by GCU. And we have a minute on the field. So we're going to have another chat to our captains. We want to avoid persistent infringement of penalties, and in playoff rugby especially, want to avoid any yellow cards that would see a team short a player. So again, looking at game management, warnings being issued, ensuring that we have the flow of the game remaining in action. We see the tap to Onaha at the goal line. It's a maul. Is it a try? Not quite yet. Leilani Mendoza goes towards the outside. And again, this Lopes defense putting the pressure on. Realignment, Stanford out to the right. Mejia Wilhelm in action. Laura Bosick. She had Sid Davis there. GCU with a counter. Not something we've seen quite often, and they draw the penalty. So GCU prevents the Stanford try. We are 20 minutes into this opening half of play. Score remains 5-0. Lopes with a penalty just 3 meters from their goal line. Stanford not releasing. So counter ruck disrupted the flow of the Stanford play. GCU tactical with their defense. This should be Garcia with the orange boots and the number 12 jersey kicking to touch, and indeed it is. We have a line out inside of the 22. So we will see if we can disrupt these lineouts again. Looking to play high percentage rugby when it comes to playoff situations, need to come away with the W. And while these are teams that are innovative with the shape in their attacks, they're still playing tactically to retain possession of the ball if at all possible. This line out goes well for the Lopes, and it is a bit of a loping pass over the top towards the outside. We see Garcia looking for a kick pass. Journeyton, Washington High. Numbers are there. Madison Quigg, quick in defense, or quick in support rather. There's Mejia Wilhelm coming around the outside. Mahalo to Mejia. Leilani Mendoza with an uncharacteristic knock on GCU now with advantage being shown. This is Angel Lucero. A strong carry by the center. And look at this going back inside like this forward action between the forwards. Savona McLaughlin Stanford creates the ball coughed up, but not without a penalty infringement first. Not releasing on the tackle. Caitlin Poole with the ball in hand. GCU looking as if they're going to set up a play. We see Cyan Collier and Savona McLaughlin here. Collier with the ball in hand. She dummies to McLaughlin. Last time the pass went there. This time it goes straight into contact. Cardinal with the tackle. Very familiar with both this number 1 and number 5 from GCU from last year's playoff matchup. Khaleesi Poi. And this time it's Stanford building their wed wall of defense. This is going to be a penalty again. You cannot insert from the side of the ruck and must roll away. GCU benefiting from the Stanford penalties. 18 minutes left to play in the first half of this West Regional semifinal at the D1 CRAA level. See the tap taken, and this time the forwards use the draw, get the ball out to Angel Lucero. Again, a strong, tall, powerful outside center. The pressure by Gabby Mesa, but this pass is still made. GCU now on the attack. McLaughlin supported by Chloe Gariel in the number 14 jersey. Realigning from GCU, the skip pass, Collier, and Collier is met. I believe that's Mihie Wilhelm on the tackle, buddied up with Ellie McKay. Correction, that was Alicia Service. Stanford, again, setting their wall. This time GCU going wide to the far side of the field. The space is there. The ball handling is not. Advantage to Stanford. There is advantage in the possession, but can they get enough go forward or enough passes away? Madison Quigg, a talented center out of Bermuda, and one of the veteran players on this Cardinal team. Bosick. Looping passes towards the outside. Gabby Mesa finds Kayla Berner. Kayla Berner showing off some of her skills as a center, converted to flanker, converted to hooker. Journey to Washington High on the outside. Bosick is there in the number 10 jersey. Washington High in the 14. Alicia Service there in support. GCU doing the same thing again, building that white wall, patient on defense. And look at this tackle to go forward by Collier. Mendoza to Sydney Shu. Finds Quigg. This quick realignment, both teams sending their centers all over their field. We're looking at spatial offense attacks. Sid Davis gets the offload towards the outside. Elisa Villiers is there. But so is the GCU defense. These battles inside of the 22. The Cardinal have had so much possession, but only one try to show for it so far. You have to admire the composure of any team that can withhold such offensive stands inside of their own 22, inside the red zone, if you will. The Cardinals still probing forward. The ball taken, and it's Vanessa Onaha over the line, so the forward work does it. The Cardinal extend their lead 10-0, so patient play and finally a crack in that GCU defense. Onaha with a quick pick and go. The prop out of St. Louis. Again, one of the veteran players when it comes to this Cardinal team. This is a team that has traditionally had very strong scrums and forward play, led by Coach Josh Sutcliffe for several years. He is now on a transition where Rich Atchfield has taken over the head coaching duties, assisted by Bitsy Cairns. Any of you who are USA Women's Rugby 15s fans would know that name, a stellar player out of Penn State and a USA capped Eagle, also assisted by Neil Chatterjee and Nick Irwin. Ellie McKay lines up the conversion, this time off the fence. Again, normally so sure-footed. This time denied the extra 2 points. The score remains 10-0. And it looks like we're going to have a re-kick. Not quite certain in the circumstances around it, but another shot at 2. There may have been an early move forward by the defense. Once she makes her approach towards the ball, the defense is allowed to come forward and try to block the kick. It is wide yet again, and we're going to go to a 2-minute water break. We will be back in just a moment. So we are back after the 2-minute water break. Again, heat conditions, the 2 days of games, making sure that player welfare is at the forefront. About 76, a light breeze here in Palo Alto, and again, just cotton candy clouds in the sky. We are coming off of the Stanford try by Vanessa Onaha, the kick and the re-kick by Ellie McKay. The conversions missed score 10-0, Stanford Cardinal in the lead. Elisa Villiers fields the kickoff on the outside. GCU has favored those kickoffs about 30 meters downfield. Here's the try score. Onaha with the break. Onaha with try line eyes yet again, nearly gets to the 22. What a run. If you are Stanford, this is exactly how you want to counter after the try scored. However, the ball knocked on in the tackle, so we're going to have a scrum to GCU. GCU's defense has been strong all game long, but they have been largely playing inside of their 22. So if we look at percentages with opportunities to score, Stanford probably converting at about a 10% rate of ball in hand inside the 22. So credit to GCU building that wall and to Stanford for breaking through when they can. We have so much rugby left to play. 13 minutes left to go in this first half, and of course a whole second half to come, both teams with deep benches. And speaking of, here's a substitute coming on for GCU. Coming off is McLaughlin in the number 5 jersey. We'll get confirmation on the replacement player. McLaughlin in those orange shoes. Again, a memorable player from last year's semifinal matchup. At this point in the game last year, it was a 12-7 lead for the Cardinal, and that was the only time they led. This year, sitting up 2-0. Looking to extend on that, GCU looking to get their first crack on the scoreboard. A forward pass won't do it. Unfortunate execution. Sophia Rico, the intended recipient. Scrum to the Cardinal. And once again, they are inside of the Lopes 22. Mentioned before, this is the third year under the leadership of Coach Lindsay Mahoney. She's a level 300 certified coach. She spent some time playing all around the U.S. Out of Arizona herself. Played her college rugby at ASU. Spent time with the San Diego Surfers at the ARPTC, has represented on teams like Stars Rugby Sevens, Atlantis, and more. Spent some time playing in Ireland in the AIL, and has taken all of her learning and development opportunities to really build this program and the culture. One of their keys is playing with support and playing with love for each other on the field. Not loving that sloppy scrum, though. The ball was out. It looks like the scrum may have collapsed on that far side as well. Saw some hands hitting the ground. So now it is a penalty to Stanford. There is the opportunity to kick for points. They opt for the tap and go on the field. Mendoza to Wilhelm to Bosick. Bosick taken down, met strongly by the GCU defense. Mendoza distributing to Sid Davis. She'd like you to know it's like Sid the science kid. Onaha. The try score before. Again, difficult to take down. A real source to go forward for this Cardinal team. Sydney Shu lines up at the first receiver, number 15 jersey, finds Kayla Berner on the outside. Again, a hooker that has spent a lot of her career last year playing in the centers. And there we go. It is another try for the Cardinals. So Kayla Berner powers her way over the line. We saw the distribution then going to the right side, the strong carry by Onaha, getting the ball back, and the ability for Sydney Shu to slot in at first receiver so Bosick could stay to the other side of the field. When we look at various offensive setups, we see teams play a variety of offense and zone defense, but we look at different shapes. We look at a different, 5-1-1-2 and all kinds of alignments and things too, but a lot of capable players and players that are drilled on the catch pass. GCU will be regrouping. This is a team, again, that does often play quite calmly and shows love for each other. A team that has had quite the defensive effort inside of their O22. Stanford making the most out of penalties and turnovers, leading 15-0. And this team, McKay finds the mark, 17-0, the Cardinal lead with 10.5 minutes left to play in this opening half of action. Cardinal definitely winning the field territory battle, winning the possession battle. and has been that persistence inside of the 22 that has truly paid off. We've seen the GCU team kick off about 25 to 30 meters downfield each time, favoring the left side of the field. Stanford has been able to field each of these kickoffs or kick receipts on the fly and to get good forward, getting nearly to half field with each receipt. We'll see if GCU stays the course. This time they choose to go towards the near side. Ellie McKay is there. She's got Sid Davis right behind her. McKay with one stiff arm. Nearly another. The double tackle here by GCU. Angel Lucero, Chloe Garriol. And we have a quick conference. So just waiting on an explanation, confirmation from our referee. And it looks like it is a line out to the Cardinal. So the ball found its way out of touch off of a Lopes defender. 5 in on the line out. Options movement. Onaha at the front. Other fellow prop Helen Muir at the back. Alicia Service up in the air. The line out throw is not straight. So this gives the option of the scrum or a line out to GCU, and GCU opts line out. Looks like maintaining the 5-person line out. Denise Deeks on the throw. See some direction from Caitlin Poole to her backs. A little bit of action here. Here's a substitute player. This is Cynthia Fonoe Moana, an impact player for sure. She was one of 3 players that their coaches really highlight due to her strong carries and defense. GCU nearly gets it going. They're not quite able to crack it in the midfield. Stanford's defense creating the unforced turnover. Scrum to Stanford. And we'll look at the Stanford shape that they show with their backs. It looks like a split option that's now realigning with a few more bodies towards this near sideline. Bosick straight behind the scrum. Gabby Mesa to the left. Madison Quigg to the right. Fullback Sydney Shue stacked on this near side as well. And we see a big gap of space between Mesa and Shue. This allows for options and angles. Not going to be needed. Another penalty on the scrum. So we saw an issue with the last scrum as well. Mendoza finds Sid Davis. Sid Davis tackled hard. Angel Lucero has been quite the presence for the Lopes defense so far. Gabby Mesa, ball in hand, supported by Madison Quigg. Bosick, it is a backs ruck, and it is won by the Lopes, but knocked on. So a scrum to Stanford. We've seen issues in the last 2 scrums. If this gets to be a habit, we may see a card forthcoming. Kyle Sobchak leads the forwards for the GCU coaching staff. Mentioned Lindsay Mahoney. Chris Bay, an asset to the backs. He was the first assistant brought in. Another alum of the Stars Rugby Sevens program. Another alum out of Arizona State University. Also coached by Jeremy Parenteau and David Carlson in his first year. Stanford is split with the backs. Bosick is straight back from the scrum, about 10 meters worth of space. Shue and Washington High here to the near side. Quigg, Mesa, and Bouillet to the far side. Another issue at the scrum. This is something that does need to get straightened out. We are already 34 minutes into the first half of play. The Cardinal lead 17-0. Again, playoff rugby, 2 teams that have been sturdy and stable all season long. Stanford undefeated in the Pacific Mountain Rugby Conference. Multiple victories, was able to see in person over Cal Berkeley. But that's a Berkeley team that has grown and been quite strong all season long. These teams crossed over with the Pacific Northwest, so they had a regional playoff to earn their berths this weekend. It was Stanford over University of Washington, Berkeley over Western Washington. And then those teams met up, Stanford against Cal, for the 3rd official 15s match of the season, but a team that also played each other, I believe, 4 times in the fall in 7s. So very familiar Bay rivals. Happy to see them both in action today. GCU and BYU both out of the Pacific Desert Rugby Conference. So we see the scrum collapse, and on this near sideline, we were able to see Alicia Service lose her footing. The flanker, which seems to imply something happening with the second rows as well. This time it is a penalty against Stanford. We saw a couple before against GCU at the scrum. But now 3 scrum penalties in a row. Again, uncharacteristics of such skilled teams. See the kick to touch from the boot of Bianca Curtis in the number 16 jersey. Bianca was the attacker of the year for the 2021-2022 season. A player that has her eyes on higher level rugby here in the United States, comes from a rugby playing family, was able to catch a game when her brother was in action down in USC against Loyola Marymount earlier this spring season. Janice Deeks with a throw for GCU, 5 in the lineout. Communications on the call forthcoming. A beautiful throw, goes to the second jumper. Off the hands, but able to recover. So the Lopes now on the fly. We saw Fanoi Moana inserted into the backs. Bianca Curtis. The ball making its way towards that far sideline. I believe that is Malia Stewart. De La Cruz, the first receiver. And GCU quick to support. Stanford opts not to counter, zeroing on the ruck, setting that red wall. GCU playing a bit with the timing. An excellent carry by Collier. Ellie McKay going in for the strip. Ellie McKay, what a beast. Ellie McKay forces the penalty. And now Stanford with an opportunity at midfield. So again, GCU has found it very difficult to cross this midway line. The Stanford defense providing quite a formidable opposition. Bosick here in contact. Takes on 4 GCU players. We see the launch by Khaleesi Poi. Number 8 for GCU. Stanford again in control at the ruck. GCU on the launch. Tricky timing there. Madison Quigg keeps her composure. Zucero and Quigg battle is going to be formidable. So we have a minute on the field. We're going to have another conversation with our referee Artie and the team captains, pulling in Mendoza and Cilio. We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to play in the first half. If we had the capabilities, would love to see what these coaches say at the halftime. Quite a few work-ons when it comes to penalties, these conferences, repeated infringements on the field. If you're Stanford, you emphasize that time of possession and the field positioning as well. If you're GCU, it's worth acknowledging the strength of that defense and the defensive wall. But again, cleaning up some of the penalties, must clean up the scrum. If you're both teams too, you're looking at making sure that you keep the calm and composure in these lineouts. We've seen good setups, we've seen good throws, but the difficulty in corralling the ball and being able to play off of that platform has been a bit of a nuisance for both teams. It is a penalty against Stanford. This is going to give GCU an opportunity to crack into the Cardinal half of the field, and it looks like they may opt for a scrum. Nope, it's a penalty. They were just coming up to the ref to get time back on. So time back on the clock. Caitlin Poole, ball in hand, finds Callier. Cyan with the carry, taken down at the ankles by Sid Davis. GCU is there. It is a good, clean ruck. They've got some options. Elisa Edgoya with the carry, and it is Alicia Service that says, thank you. I will take possession of that ball. 2 minutes, 22 seconds left to play. Mendoza finds Zoe Colorado Mansfield. One of a pair of rookie second rows for the Cardinal team. Laura Bosick with a chip downfield. I like that choice. Journey Washington High is on the chase. Stanford is all on. Sydney Shu on the far side. Shu is able to corral Sophia Rico. And that is an excellent stop before Rico is able to get going. Stanford on the defense. Stanford causes a cough up of the ball. Stanford in possession now at the 22. Bosick. Kayla Werner is able to wrangle that ball in. And Stanford rearranging to the left. There are some player mismatches if Stanford can get the ball out with some pace. Bosick finds McKay. What a pass! What an offload! Allie McKay, what timing. That is execution at its finest. So able to take advantage then of that player mismatch and threading the needle is Allie McKay, sewing up another try for the Cardinal, taking a 22-0 lead. We are inside of 90 seconds to play. She could run out the clock on the timing of this kick. 22-0. And if you are Stanford coach Rich Ashfield, you have to be pleased with this first half performance. Stanford's defense has been able to create turnovers when they are needed and stopping a very potent GCU attack. We mentioned before, the ability of Sydney Shu downfield to stop Sophia Rico before she was able to get up to speed was a key moment, and then creating the turnover, giving Stanford the opportunity here. And this time, they are as efficient as you can be with Allie McKay taking that ball at pace, splits the gap. Be about 18 meters on the conversion attempt. The ball at the near post. And Ellie McKay adds to her point tally. 24-0 will be our halftime score. This equals the Cardinal output in last year's match. Again, that was a 26-24 victory for GCU. So Stanford able to take those lessons, able to coach up a lot of new players to the program. 17 players out of the 23 on the roster today with only 1 or 2 years of rugby experience. GCU hoping to realign. If they can crack that half field and really get into their offensive patterns and retain possession and go through phase play, we could be in for a very different second half. Both teams with deep benches. We'll see what adjustments Coach Lindsay Mahoney makes at halftime. Again, a team that is confident in their abilities and each other. They just need to get that go forward, and Stanford's defense has stopped them from it so far. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the second half.
Excuse me. Do you know where it's being televised? Where is it being broadcasted? On what? I've looked both at Stanford and.
Really?
No idea.
Yeah. I know it's usually broadcasted on Stanford.
No, I know. There's not one on there right now.
Okay, sorry about that.
That was the angriest I've ever been at. Yeah, no. But do you want me to say? I picked the afternoon before, and your social chairs were like, please move it to next weekend. Please move it to next weekend. So we did. Jeff does all of the.
Yeah, Jeff just got everything.
But it was. Never done it?
Right at the end, DC, that's right, yeah. Jeez.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Better go find this one anyway. Was that regular season? Yeah. It's the end of the regular season. Okay. How are you doing with you? It's like, I should be a little bit careful. Standing around recently, I saw a bit of an embarrassing clip on his Instagram.
I went to go visit him. Can I tell you about this story of this clip? It's so funny.
I saw you post something about like him posing AID thing.
we were playing basketball and he's awful. I'm like cooking him and he's like, hey, like on my TikTok, can you like let me get like,
Oh,
basket?
yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna dummy you.
Oh, so
can you just jump on the dummy and then I'll like dribble around you and score. I was like, okay, like whatever, that'll be funny. Put it on your story. And then we practiced it like 50 times. I go for the dummy and he misses the shot. Like I know that 50 times in a row. And then I'm about to leave. I'm like, okay, and he's like, no, one more, please, one more. And then I'm like, okay. And he goes for the last one. And he bounces off my head. And I'm confused. I'm like, wait, that's not what we agreed. And then he gets that's the one shot he lands. And he goes crazy and he can't make it off. I was like, just because like it was so unlikely, I was like, go ahead. It was just ridiculous.
Oh
like,
my
the most ridiculous thing. At least we didn't lose, yeah. And it's like, I don't know what's going on. It's like, I will like check my phone, like come out of class, do one down, like 89th minute, like thank God. Like,
I mean, that's probably the hardest match you could have this year, like fucking City or nuts. What?
Totally.
Arsenal?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm like, legit, I think this Call City have like one crazy bad.
Your City? Yeah. What's up, Shawnee?
Something. They just need a
They just put everything. You never took me there.
it's something like
In class, I had to be like, I'm not an asshole. I don't
that.
if you see me in my windowless costume with sunglasses.
You guys gotta get up on defense! You gotta get up on defense!
Don't wait for the ball, ladies! Let's jump it around!
Didi, you gotta get up on defense! All of you! Get up, GCU, get up!
Good to see you.
Too. I like the mustache. Your eyes look very blue. We are back with the second half of action. GCU in the white and purple going from right to left across your screen. Kicking off to the Stanford Cardinal in the red jerseys and white shorts. Stanford currently leading by a mark of 24-0 in this women's CRAA Division I West semifinal. GCU going shorter with a kickoff than they have before and immediately putting the pressure on. Playing with a fire lit behind them. They must get on the scoreboard quickly if they're going to get themselves back into this game. Vanessa Onaha keeps the ball in contact. And again, look at these launches by GCU. Atlee Boyd in the number 4 jersey makes the tackle. The ball picked up by Chloe Williams in the number 7 jersey. And now it is GCU inside of the 22. Their defensive pressure paying off with a change in possession. Atlee Boyd is stopped by the Cardinal defense. They must release, but the ball is called on a penalty to GCU. The quick tap taken. Elisa Edgoya looking to make her way across the try line. Stanford doing all they can to prevent it. GCU at the goal line. Again, Khaleesi Po'oi, and it is Po'oi that dives over, scoring in the first minute of play. So GCU coming out again with a fire lit behind them, a team again that stays cool, calm, and confident. And they are able to get their first points on the board. 24-5, pending the conversion attempt. Bianca Curtis is going to line up the attempt. Curtis in the number 16 jersey. We've often seen her in the number 12. She was the points scorer leader for the Lopes last season, the attack player of the year. A player hopeful for opportunities within the USA Sevens program at Chula Vista. 3 steps back and 2 steps over. It had the power and the distance, but it slices wide to the right, falling short of the post. GCU trailing 24-5 in the opening minutes of play in the CRAA Division I Western semifinal. Scanning across the field, it doesn't seem as there were additional substitutions for GCU, but we'll keep track of that as the second half progresses. A deep bench for the Lopes. Similarly, the Cardinal appears to remain with the same 15 as they ended the half. Ellie McKay drives the ball downfield uncharacteristically through the hands of Danielle Saleo. She's met by Davis, keeps her feet, evades a tackle, and is taken down by Alicia Service. Both flankers in action there for the Cardinal defense. GCU moving the ball towards the outside. Khaleesi Po'oi, ball in hand. Keep an eye on that number 8. She's had strong carries thus far. GCU playing out of their own 22. GCU looking for the timing on the offload, not quite there, maintaining possession of the ball. And the Lopes looking to spread it wide, going through the hands. Cynthia Fenoi Moana. See the offload to Atlee Boyd. Taken down by McKay. And another offload from the tackle. If Stanford wants to stop this Lopes offense, they are going to need to get these players to the ground quickly. Madison Quigg going to be called for hands in the ruck. A high risk, high reward scenario. Thought she had rights to the ball. Our referee disagrees. This is going to give a penalty to GCU. Caitlin Poole is calling over Curtis. Curtis strikes downfield, line out to GCU just outside of the 22. So the Lopes are coming out furious on offense, looking to get those offloads before they go to ground. We've seen quick rucking and intentional counter rucking out of both teams. So they're trying to push the pace offensively. Deeks. Solid line-out execution by the Lopes. Danielle Saleo is able to get that maul to ground. GCU realigning. De La Cruz to Curtis. Lucero. And she's got Sofia Rico on the outside, and there Rico is. She's got that go forward, and she is always a threat with the ball at pace. Malaya Stewart on the outside. And GCU is realigned. Numbers here to the left. A couple of pods of forwards. So again, talking about their different setups. Bianca Curtis. Curtis with the show and the go. Curtis fighting her way to the goal line. It is another try for GCU. So GCU with 2 tries in a matter of 5 minutes. And all of a sudden, we have a match. 24-10, the Cardinal lead. The taps have been opened. And the faucet of forward motion by these GCU Lopes is on. Stanford did so well in the first half to stop the Antelopes before they got started, but this is a team that once they get going, they are hard to stop. Penalties have created opportunities, much like they did for Stanford in the first half. So we'll have to be strategic in terms of counter-rucking, any jackals or poaching, and avoiding needless penalties for the duration of this half. Curtis lines up the conversion attempt. Off the post, so she is matching Ellie kick for kick. First conversion missed, second conversion off the post. The score remains 24-10. This will be another kickoff for the Cardinal. will look for their placing and their spacing with the ball. The last time the Lopes fielded it, it was off the fingertips, but they were able to recollect and reconnect. Ellie McKay with the ball in hand. The Stanford forwards split to each side. We see Sid Davis and Alicia Service in the 6 and 7 jersey on the near side of the field. Kayla Werner on the far side. So an unforced error by Danielle Saleo on the kick receipt. You need to visualize that ball in hand. We usually look at a viewfinder from above and turning the body to the side to be able to basket the ball in. This is going to give a scrum to the Cardinal. It would be a fantastic counter strike if they were able to get some points on the board here. 2 quick tries by the Lopes have gotten them back in the action. So we have some direction from our referee. We ended the first half with quite a few penalties on the scrum. Mendoza. Able to distribute. Bosick finds Gabby Mesa on the fly. The ball goes backwards in contact. The Cardinal just outside of the 22. Bosick stepping in at the ruck half position. Finds Madison Quigg. An excellent tackle. My guess is that's Angel Lucero. Bosick trying to get some go forward. Stanford looking to meet the gain line. Helen Moore. Mendoza finds Bosick. Bosick, the chip and chase is on. Can Elisa Billier get there? We see the ball bouncing forward, but there's probably a secondary knock by the Cardinal. So nearly there, just out the fingertips, back and forth, a ping and a pong. Stanford with a scrum 5 meters out from the goal line. An attacking opportunity. We'll look to see the shapes with the back set up. And wouldn't be surprised to see some action with maybe Hie Wilhelm in the number 8 jersey. Not only the option for the pick and go, but option for the pick and pop. Perhaps a scoot by the scrum half. But dangerous territory here for the Cardinal. We see GCU set up really deep in their own in goal, leaving the goal line open. If Stanford's able to get good go forward, it wouldn't take much for them to score. A little bit curious on the setup. It looks like a correction. It must have been a GCU scrum in that case, and that would explain the setup. So on the double knock, GCU came away with the ball. Right now, Sydney Shu coming away with the ball. Sydney Shu, she was a state champion in high school in tennis, played at Princeton, and look at this athleticism on display. Stiff arm, 25 meters for the try. Sydney Shu, boots and all, she's in the in goal, 29-10. So the Cardinal able to make something happen off of the scrum that wasn't in transition. They're able to catch it off guard, fields the clearing kick, and Sydney Shu is in. Call her an ace on the field. Again, a state champion in tennis, crossed over to rugby at Princeton. Princeton, another one of the Ivy League colleges that is emerging into a NIRA programming coached by Josie Zaluka. The Stanford men actually hosted the Princeton men last year in a spring break series of friendlies. Ellie McKay lining up the conversion. About 1 meter off of the 22-meter mark, but wide to the far side of the field. Watching GCU as they connect with one another. Always appreciative of their body language in the in goal. This is a team, again, that's always heads up, shoulders up. And it looks like they're, again, connecting and correcting. The kick is short. Score remains 29-10. 29 minutes, 49 seconds left to play here in the second half. Again, the winner of this match will advance to play the winner of Cal against BYU. That game at 4 o'clock. It'll be a battle of the blues. I'm going to assume BYU is going to wear white, but you never know. Of course, we're used to seeing Cal Golden Bears in that golden yellow. But back to the Cardinal. in these red jerseys, Stanford women have a legacy of excellence when it comes to the game of both 7s and 15s. Not only is Coach Rich Ashfield, the current USA Women's National Team coach, assistant coach Bitsy Cairns, an active Eagle 15s player, we just saw quite a few Stanford alumni on the recent USA 15s tour. We've seen them appear in PR7s, and we saw Stanford alum Jess Watkins go to space. Echoing these achievements, Madison Quigg in the number 12 jersey is a Rhodes Scholar. And again, a legacy that continues with the Stanford women's program. Several of these players in their postgraduate careers, you get 5 years out of 7 eligibility to play rugby. So we see PhD candidates and master's candidates able to play the sport. The same thing when it comes to the men's rugby. So whether that's exemptions or additional years of eligibility for military service, for a Mormon mission, or for pursuing postgraduate degrees, plenty of opportunities and opportunities for crossover athletes to make their mark. We've seen quite a few players on both these teams come from backgrounds in basketball and softball, and quite a few with crew. We see the put-in, Caitlin Poole. The pick by Khaleesi Po'oi finds Angel Lucero. Lucero has got Chloe Garriol on the outside. Garriol is tackled just shy of touch. The Cardinal this time ensure that the sideline does its job. Poole taken to touch, line out to the Cardinal, inside of their 22. So a little bit of back and forth action now in the territory battle. Both teams quickly able to find the 22, but then a little bit of a trickier time finding the goal line. Solid defense all around. Excellent rugby on display here at the Stuber Family Rugby Stadium. Kayla Werner. Finds Zoe Colorado Mansfield. Mahia Wilhelm's got a little bit of space to run. She is just barely taken down. Stanford looking to clear this ruck and clear it quickly. And it looks like GCU may have some hands on the ball. Do we have a maul, and is it going to go anywhere? It's going to go to ground and become a ruck. De La Cruz has Bianca Curtis. Lucero on the outside. Numbers are there for the Lopes. And the go forward is there for the Lopes. Angel Lucero on the front foot, and Angel Lucero is in for the try. 29-15. These teams are awake and alive and scoring some tries. 26 minutes to play in the match. 29-15. The Cardinal lead the Lopes. An important conversion to come. So GCU stripping the ball and stripping possession, able to take advantage, get that maul to ground, establish an attacking platform, and quickly move the ball to space, catching Stanford's defense misaligned. And then Angel Lucero getting that good go forward. We saw the excellent service of the ball from De La Cruz to Curtis. More numbers on the outside gives Lucero the space to run. She had support in the form of Chloe Garriol towards the outside, and Malia Stewart as well. A tricky conversion, but not impossible. About 5 meters from the touch line. 20 meters in depth from the goal line. If you're a right-footed kicker, you're aiming for that far goal post. Left-footed kicker would have a little bit of a bend to it. Either way, the kick is good. 29-17. The 12-point differential is worth noting. These two teams battled to 26-24 last year, where it was just 2 points as the difference. Plenty of rugby yet to play. 25.5 minutes to go. 29-17. The Cardinal leading the Lopes. Stanford yet to make any substitutions, maintaining the depth of their bench. There were 2 early substitutes by the Antelopes, where we saw Bianca Curtis come in wearing the number 16 jersey, and also saw Cynthia Fenoi Moana come in at number 21. We saw Savona McLaughlin exit at about the 20-minute mark in the first half. Ellie McKay picks the same target where the knocks happened before. The ball is bouncing, and another knock on by the Lopes. This is going to give Stanford a scrum about 8 meters from the goal line. So good tactical kick-offs by McKay. Being a little bit of a bully with her ball placement, but it is working, and this is sports, and we're playing to win. It's a playoff game. Look at the set off of the back of Stanford's scrum. See Elisa Rie lining up in the number 11 jersey. So coming in from this near side wing, straight behind Bosick in the number 10. Immediate support with Quigg. So various triangular shapes. We see another triangle of Mesa with Sydney Shu straight behind. Journey Washington High towards the outside. One a little bit more acute, one a little bit more obtuse. GCU maintaining their spacing with their backs. They are flat on the goal line. Mendoza with the put in. We see the tap. And a little bit of a wheel with the scrum. So we are going to reset. One substitution on for the Cardinal. Number 17 is Layla Wong-Goet. Looks like she came on for Vanessa Onaha, the try scorer from the first half. Had excellent carries and line breaks. Scrum resetting, clock at 23 minutes and 17 seconds left to play. Mendoza with the tap. This time the ball is straight out, under and through. Laura Bosick gets the ball to Gabby Mesa after the dummy run by Madison Quigg. A quick distribution again. Mendoza out to Journey Washington High. Washington High under pressure. Bosick is able to corral the ball. Bosick's got space towards the outside. So Stanford able to reconnect again after this blitzing GCU defense. Nearly does the job. Ellie McKay finds Helen Muir. Stanford looking to clean up the ruck. Some GCU bodies on the ground and in the way. Mahia Wilhelm. We see that ponytail whipping and whirling. Bosick. As Gabby Mesa, there's some space here for Stanford. Alicia Service. It's taken down just shy of the goal line. Advantage being shown to GCU. Perhaps a knock on and a penalty instead. It is difficult to release the ball when you're at that near try scoring area. Must roll away. Each team needs to have rights to the ball in these tackle contests and in the ruck contests. So GCU with a temporary reprieve about 5 meters from the goal line, ensuring that the ball makes its way to touch. A line out to GCU. They gain about 5 meters of space, but a little bit of extra breathing room. Again, keep an eye on this line out. Janice Dykes with the throw. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a conference in terms of the setup. GCU staying strong with 5 in. We see movement towards the second jumper off of the top. Danielle Saleo finds the ball out to Cynthia Moana. And another penalty. So Stanford is penalizing themselves out of some opportunities, adjustable, correctable things as we go into the 21st or 21 minutes left to play. The tap is taken. De La Cruz looking for options to the outside. The ball knocked on. I believe that was Soraya Apo in the number 22 jersey, so would be another substitute on for the Lopes. There's about 4 substitutes in the match so far from the Lopes bench. Stanford with the scrum, just inside of the 22. And this is going to be our water break. So we will be back in action in 2 minutes. An excellent opportunity for some coaching adjustments. If you are Stanford, you're looking at settling, making sure that we're not penalizing ourselves out of possession, not needing to force offensive play. They are still in a comfortable lead, 29-17, so they just need to continue playing Cardinal rugby. If you're GCU, you're looking for that another firecracker moment. They had those 2 early tries within the first 5 minutes of the half. They've been continuing to do well when they get their front foot forward. So GCU looking to create some space and get some breaks. We will be back for the final quarter of this West Coast CRAA Division I semifinal. vibing on this Janelle Monáe song.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And like the whole time I walked here, I was like main character energy. I was like, sun's up, shorts on, got my quadruple Americano from some random cafe that was opening just as I walked by. It was like main character for sure. Literally, it was like 9:28 and they opened at 9:30. And I was like, hey, you got coffee now?
Yeah, exactly.
We are back now for the final quarter of action, taking the water breaks again due to the heat and the temperature and 2 days of competition. Stanford leading 29-17 over GCU, a rematch of last year's D1 CRAA West semifinal. Stanford leading comfortably at the half by a mark of 22-0, but GCU with 2 quick tries in the opening 5 minutes of play, trading tries back and forth. 29-17. We see the kick pass off the boost of Bosick. The chase is on. Alicia Vouillet trying to get in there. The ball is up. The ball is around. Sydney Shu might be there, and the try is scored. Holy cow, what an answer after this water break. The gutsy kick pass bounces its way, and we have seen success from the Cardinal kickoffs off the boot of Ellie McKay, who's going to line up this conversion, putting pressure on GCU, who's had some trouble fielding those high balls and fielding those bouncing balls, and it pays off with a Stanford try. 34-17 is the current score. 19 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. And the Stanford men's team getting the crowd going. Ollie doing his best Ollie things. If you don't see him practicing his step, you're going to see him cheering on the women. Ellie McKay is going to line up the conversion attempt. She's about 7 meters from the goal line, 20 meters from the try line. Looking at about 22, 23 meters on the total distance. And again, looking at the angles of attack. Right-footed kicker. Just a little too much of a slice on it. Well struck. And she has been a revelation. Again, a pair of new rookies when it comes to that number 4 and number 5 jersey in the form of Zoe Colorado Mansfield and Ellie McKay. Came out to practices this fall, Twin Towers, and really taken on the sport. We see the quick kick off. Curtis trying to catch the Cardinal unaware, something that is pretty tough to do. Alicia Vouillet. Excellent distribution. Mendoza finds Wilhelm. Stanford looking to secure the ruck. The Lopes quick to 0 on defense. We see some extras between Helen in the number 1 jersey and Cyan in the number, Alicia in the number 3 for GCU. The kick downfield, and this time GCU with the counter. GCU on the front foot. This is Sophia Rico. We knew she was a threat, and she gets to speed, and she makes up the full distance of that kick. GCU now on the attack, crossing into Cardinal territory. Khaleesi Po'oi tries to get the offload. Up, tipped, but back to GCU. Cynthia Fanoi Moana. Poole finds Curtis. Curtis looking for Angel Lucero. Bounces off of the hands. Janice Deeks is there. Correction, Janice Dykes. Apologies to the Dykes family. GCU with the maul, getting the good go forward. Eventually brought down by Gabby Mason, the number 13 jersey for the Cardinal. GCU reloading. And a quick tackle made on Soraya Apo before she can get that go forward. So taking away the gain line. A good launch on defense. Khaleesi Po'oi goes outside to Atlee Boyd. Again, a player in her first half year of playing rugby, and Boyd has done well in the number 4 for the Lopes. See some missed passes again. Patient on the bounce. Angel Lucero meets Sid Davis. Poole gets the ball off to Curtis. Curtis able to get a chip through, fielded by Sydney Shu. Sydney, we saw her with an excellent try earlier this half. An uncharacteristic knock on. Scrum to GCU, and GCU with an attacking platform with about 42 meters from the Stanford goal line. 34-17, so that was a key try for Stanford coming off of the water break to extend the lead. 12 points, so dangerous, especially when these teams were so evenly matched last year. An important scrum for the Lopes. We look at their shape now on the attack. Split options both ways with the backs, and we've seen such strong carries from Khaleesi Po'oi, so don't rule out the opportunity for an 8-man pick. Poole. Lopes gets some good go forward. Excellent pressure for Mendoza and through the 5-hole. But a penalty to GCU. Might have been too much pressure by Mendoza. You must stay onside as the opposing scrum half. Excellent hands by Journey. Washington High. Washington High threading the needle on the far sideline. Gets the go forward. Makes up the space on the kick. So Stanford able to correct the mistake. Ellie McKay taken down. GCU building that defensive wall. The distribution from Mendoza. Another kick downfield by Bosick. And over the head of Sophia Rico. Again, some of the depth perception in these high balls have proved tricky for the Lopes. But for Stanford, I'm looking at continuing this course of play. Madison Quigg. Ball in the air, the ball knocked on. This will be a scrum to GCU. There were some white jerseys around that were offside, but they did not impede the play. Unless our referee is calling that. It looks like a penalty to the Cardinal. So the mere presence of the Lopes offside, enough of a distraction to Quigg. And it looks like we're going to opt for the scrum up. So going to a scrum from where the kick was taken, an option for the penalty back or the scrum up. This time the scrum up puts Stanford in an excellent position. Also a space that after the penalties on the scrums in the first half, we've seen the correction, a good attacking platform for the Cardinal. Stanford maintaining their back line deep into the second half. 14 minutes, 23 seconds left to play. GCU lined up with spacing. Stanford stacking their backs. We see Sydney Hsu in action, looking to the right side. Mendoza's going to the right side. Mejia Wilhelm is trying to get the ball out, but knocked on. So good drive by GCU. Catches Stanford on the back foot of the scrum, not able to corral the ball. And now a key turnover and an opportunity for the Lopes. Poole with the put in. GCU deep with their backs. Flat at the goal line. Would anticipate a kick. Sydney Hsu is back for the kick coverage. The scrum is wheeled. We will have a minute for a substitution. One player coming on for GCU. It looks like Stanford coach Rich Ashfield looking to make a player change as well. Coming off the field, number 4, Zoe Colorado Mansfield. Looking for confirmation of the GCU player change. So a bit of a shift. Stanford brings on number 20, Sephora Rupert. She played her undergrad at Harvard, one of the Division I NIRA programs, a team that appeared in the national championship game. Fell to Dartmouth 15-10 this year. It was a wider score margin of victory last year for Dartmouth. So this is also going to move Madison Quigg into the forwards. Versatility and depth on this Cardinal roster. We see the put in by Poole. And still looking for that player update from the GCU sideline. GCU playing it out the back. Amaya De La Cruz looking perhaps for a switch from her wing. Taken down in the tackle. GCU reloading, this time to the strong side of the field. Strong side, a strong carry out of Fenoi Moana. And a penalty to GCU. So good defensive series prevents the go forward, but then the penalties at some of these breakdowns have prevented the Cardinal from maintaining that defensive counter. It is a high sky ball into the hands of Alicia Service. So Stanford able to recollect possession. Service with the placement. The quick play by Mendoza to Bosick. Finds Ellie McKay. Ball knocked backwards. Sid Davis cleans it up. Ball knocked forward. So scrum to GCU. The clock is winding down. We are inside of 12 minutes to play. 34-17. So we see Madison Quigg in the number 12 jersey moved into the second row with that player interchange by Stanford. We see GCU set up, options to both sides with their backs. Be looking for Angel Lucero to get some good go forward and some good action. So there she is, shifting from this near side to the far side of the field. A lot of horizontal running. Good contest at the ruck. GCU is able to clear it out. GCU with possession at the 22. See the chip attempt downfield. It takes a bounce. And again to Alicia Service, the receipt. Kick repeat. Mendoza to Bosick. Bosick showing as if she might kick. Instead, she keeps possession of the ball, supported by Ellie McKay. What a rookie season for Ellie McKay in the number 5 jersey. Helen Moore deploys a stiff arm, gets across the 22. Stanford distributing from the back. Mendoza finds Mesa. Gabby Mesa supported by Sydney Shu. Bosick again in action. She wants the ball to the left. She's got Sid Davis there. Davis gets the ball. She receives it right away. Davis on the go forward. And Sid the Kid over the line and adds another 5 for the Cardinal, 39-17. But let's go back to that stiff arm. One of the GCU players was sat down and taken out of play. This provided Stanford just a little bit of extra space. We saw the quick distribution. Bosick was moving around for the first receiver, but able to get the ball immediately to Sid Davis, and Sid Davis goes over the line for the try. Ellie McKay calling for the kicking tee. We are inside of 10 minutes left to play. And this is the time where you're in control. You've got a 4-score lead, can watch the clock wind down. Stanford will move on to play tomorrow in the winner against BYU versus Cal, barring a furious onslaught by GCU. It's improbable, but not impossible. It's a little bit of a low chip kick. The conversion is missed. 39-17 inside of 9 minutes left to play. Again, it is worth pointing out that GCU outscored opponents in their conference play by an average of 49-6 over the course of the season. We did see the rise of Arizona State to challenge GCU for that second PDRC conference spot. So they're used to scoring and scoring at pace. But again, this Cardinal defense has provided a difficult nut to crack. And I will go back again to Ellie McKay. The conversions she's usually surefire on, but what really has been the strength today is the positioning that she's put the Cardinal in when it comes to her kickoffs. She has put GCU under pressure, bouncing balls, knock-ons that have given Stanford the opportunity to attack deep in Antelope's territory. So much of this game played inside of the 22, and it has taken Stanford quite a while to get there because GCU's white wall defense has been strong. Similarly strong, all of these carries when it comes to the Stanford kick receipt. Mejia Wilhelm gets to go forward. And now number 17, Layla Wong go out. A penalty to Stanford on the high tackle. And this is the first high tackle we've seen in 2 games of play so far in these playoff matches. Skilled opponents. Mendoza to Wilhelm. Mejia Wilhelm still going, taken down. Mendoza finds Bosick for the kick pass downfield. Sephora and Elisa both on the attack. GCU is able to corral the ball. A good tackle is made. Chloe Garriol. The ball and the placement for the Lopes. Redistributed now. Number 17, Maya Little in the game for the Antelopes. 7 minutes to play. Good hands, good skills by Amaya de la Cruz. But the ball knocked on, the double knock in contact. The first infringement by GCU is going to give the scrum to Stanford. So Stanford again with a scrum opportunity inside of the 22. The placement of the strategic kicking game by both McKay and off the boot of number 10, Laura Bosick, has put Stanford into favorable positions on the field. Coming on to the field for the Cardinal is Emma Trost. Mejia Wilhelm in the number 8 jersey is going to see her time on the pitch come to a close. 6.5 minutes left to play. Mahalo Mejia. So this puts Sid Davis in the number 7 jersey, slotting in as the 8 for the remainder of the match. Madison Quigg, another player capable of playing there, but an asset in the second row, currently paired up with Ellie McKay. Trost is a strong side flanker, and Alicia Service on the weak side, or blind side. Resetting the scrums, and again, this is eating up the clock. Inside of 6 minutes to play. 39-17, the Cardinal leading. The Cardinal set stacked on offense. Bosick has Shu straight behind. Shu in motion towards the right side. We see the pick. This time Sid Davis goes to the weak side. Bosick looks at the chip through off of the arm of the Lopes defense. Journey Washington High just barely misses off the fingertips. GCU now with the ball. GCU looking to counter, advantage being shown on the knock-on. Possession in the advantage to see if forward progress can be made. A stellar strike line by Chloe Williams. Stanford defense covering as they've done much of the day. I think that should be Atlee Boyd. De La Cruz. And Stanford defense holding strong. De La Cruz again. This time looking to cut herself. We slow ball off of the ruck. The show and the go. Quigg says no. Makes the tackle. And GCU trying all the tricks possible to get this exit from the 22. Another strong carry and a strong strike line by Chloe Williams. Funoi Moana still on her feet. Strong on the leg drive. Advantage being shown again to GCU. Inside of 4 minutes remaining in the match. GCU going through phases and phases of play and finally able to crack the 22-meter mark. That's Sophia Rico. Stanford with the stop. Quite the drive in the counter ruck, but not releasing is the call. A penalty to GCU. 3 minutes and change left to play. GCU just at that 10-meter hash. Stanford back 12 meters on the penalty. The kick to touch, a line out to the Lopes, just shy of midfield. We will see a D1 third place game contested tomorrow. GCU, for travel considerations, will be playing that game at 1 o'clock. So Stanford in the 3 o'clock game with their opponents to be determined. Janice Dykes. The ball overthrown. The line out is over. Sid Davis is there. GCU able to recover. It's a little bit of open play. Advantage being shown to GCU. Atlee Boyd. Here's Angel Lucero. Finds Sophia Rico. And that's the connection they've been looking for all game long. Such strong carriers, but have been stifled by this Cardinal defense all game long. De La Cruz finds Boyd again. Atlee Boyd making her mark as a second row. Love this game today for the impact of these strong second rows from both teams. The ball knocked on by GCU. Scrum to the Cardinal. Just outside of 2 minutes left to play. Cardinal scrum, 55 meters from the GCU goal line. We've seen the Cardinals stack players in motion. We'll keep an eye on Sydney Shu. She has been all over the field, left to right. Conversation with Sid Davis there in the number 7, playing back at the number 8. After the player substitutions, the ball is in and straight out the tunnel, so we'll reset the scrum. We need our props to close the tunnel. It was looking like a more standard scrum, but it was not a typical Stanford scrum. GCU with the penalty. Again, some work-ons going into tomorrow's match for both teams when it comes to the scrum setup. GCU on the attack. Look at this go forward by the Lopes. Chloe Williams, again, a strong carrier all game long, lowers the shoulder. Offsides by the Cardinal. So a penalty to GCU, under a minute left to play. Poole finds Angel Lucero. Lucero looking to cut her way in the middle of the field, taken down by Davis. Start calling her the enforcer. That number 7's all over the field on defense. The Lopes inside of the Cardinal 22. Williams. Poole gets in on the ruck, so we see Maya Littles step into the ruck half position. Carry now by Atlee Boyd. The Lopes with numbers to the far side of the field. De La Cruz. Advantage being shown to GCU. The ball in hand, Soraya Apo. GCU's got numbers to the left side of the field. If they can get the ball out, they choose to go once more to the weak. Sophia Rico coughs off the ball in possession, but a long advantage being played again with the offsides. So a couple offsides called in a row for Stanford. Time is up on our game clock, but the game cannot end on a penalty, so we'll have another opportunity here for GCU on the field. 39-17 the mark. Chloe Williams has been their strong forward carrier in the second half. Atlee Boyd. Again, another pairing we'll love to see develop as their college careers continue. GCU goes over the try line and gets one for posterity. 39-22 pending the conversion attempt. So they open the half with 2 quick tries. They close the half with 1 more, but it is not enough. Stanford leading 39-22 as the game clock is up. There will be time for the final conversion. And this will see your Stanford Cardinal into the West Division I CRAA final. Opponents yet to be determined based on the outcome of the BYU versus Cal Berkeley game taking place at 4 o'clock. GCU will play in a 3rd place consolation and is a team that will build towards their CRAA Premier Division 7's appearance, building off of their semifinal appearance in last year's CRC. What a rematch. This is a game we have been looking for. Stanford up 22-0 at the half, able to extend their lead in the second half. Both teams showing depth with the benches, back and forth action with second half tries. An excellent affair. And again, both teams quite young in terms of their rugby experience and their rugby IQs. It's only going to get better. We will be back at 4 o'clock with the second of our D1 CRAA semifinals. I am Liz Entwistle at Stanford University.
Cal!
This is Liz Entwistle at Stanford University. We are back with the second of our Division I Women's CRAA West semifinals. We have Cal Berkeley against BYU. BYU in the blue jerseys with the white hoops, going from left to right across your screen, kicking off to Cal in the blue jerseys with the white sleeves. A little bit tricky, but rugby all the same. BYU on the attack. They are your defending D1 CRAA spring champions, back-to-back championships. Last year, they took on Virginia Tech, who came out of the East when Virginia gave up their spot as the East champions. BYU took on Virginia Tech in the 2021 championships as well. This year, Virginia Tech played in the CRAA Fall Championship Series, so we will see someone else emerge from the East. That action taking place today between University of Virginia, University of Florida, and NC State. Matches held in Gastonia. UVA had a bye in the first round as UCF had to withdraw from the playoffs. BYU scoring early in the match. We are in the opening minute and 15 seconds. Fantastic action from the Cougars. We saw Natalie Maroney in the number 15 jersey. Solid carries going forward. This is a team very familiar to any of you who watched last year's matches. BYU victorious over University of Washington in the West semifinal by a mark of 87-3. They then went on to defeat GCU in the West final. Earlier, we saw Stanford take down GCU in a rematch of last year's semi. So the winner of this match will advance to play Stanford tomorrow afternoon. That game kicking off at 3 o'clock. The conversion is good. BYU extends their lead 7-0. A few players to watch out of this Cougars roster. Number 12, Kat Stowers. We'll also look for the speed of Taco Morissette. Kaylin Hershey in the number 9 jersey. Boots Aspinall in the number 7. A powerful back row when it comes to this Cougar attack. Also keep an eye on number 1, Cambria Hartrick, and number 2, Kate Rugg, returners from last year's team. This is a Cal program that has been on the rise. They had a coaching change in the middle of the season this year. USA capped international Katie Chow taking over the helm for Cal. They emerged as the number 2 team from the Pacific Mountain Rugby Conference, a very familiar team to anyone who's watched Stanford in action as these teams face each other in friendly sevens competition, as well as 2 league matches and the PMRC Pacific Northwest crossover game. So Cal here as the second team emerging from that region. We see the chip and the chase downfield action again for BYU. And it's BYU on the front foot going forward. Michaela Comer, another veteran player for this Cougar attack, a very young team last year, and they are rolling on in fine form. BYU taking a 12-0 lead. This is a program that is an extramural sport at Brigham Young University. That means that they host tryouts. They are allowed to train up to 10 hours a week with gym sessions as well. They do recruit exclusively from on campus, so they go through a tryout session, play their schedule, play several friendlies against many of the Utah teams. The story last year was that this team got to play over 20 games, taking on women's club competition, women's D1 elite teams, playing the likes of Central Washington, Lindenwood, and more. This is a team that is high scoring on the attack, and a team that unfortunately was the victim of many forfeited games this year. They were able to schedule matches against their alumni, their annual blue and white game, a few Utah Conference friendly matches. They were winners over GCU by a mark of 43 or 47-0, depending on the reporting and which team's website you check. And in their most recent action, they took on University of Arizona. That was a 152-6 win for the Cougars. So this has been the reason for several of the forfeits against them, is that it is a powerful program, and we have several growing teams when it comes to women's rugby. Arizona State University has emerged strong, a team to watch on the rise. They were the challengers for the 3rd spot out of the Desert Conference. University of Arizona is growing their program as well, but obviously some growing pains to come through this tough Western division. The kickoff is there through the legs of Stowers. BYU able to recover. Again, a Berkeley team we're very familiar with here watching matches at Stanford. They are a team capable of heaps and heaps of line breaks. Games against Stanford got tighter and tighter as the season went on. We did see them play on Stanford's senior night. That was a 47-14 win for the Cardinal. But again, the story was the fact that this is a Cal team that gets good go forward, gets good line breaks. The Stanford Wings were just able to cover and shut it down and then provide some opportunities for tries in transition. And we'll look to see the opportunities here off of this opening scrum that is deep into BYU territory. Lori Martinez, the ball in hand, going to reset the scrum, however. Keep an eye on number 10, Captain Athena Lewis. And there's a couple of strong centers on this Cal team as well, Mariah Overby and Eve Mango. Martinez on the put-in. We see the pick by Tamea Ryan in the number 8 jersey. And so here is the center taken down. Stowers, a shutdown center on defense for the Cougars. Cal, numbers to this near sideline. May Lauritsen, another captain for this Cal side in the number 5 jersey. A penalty, BYU high on the contact. And Cal, just outside of the 22, we are 7 minutes into this opening half of play. Excellent distribution between the centers. Cal. Penalty again, BYU not releasing. This is BYU's first season under new coach Jared Whippy. For any of you fans of rugby in general, you'll recognize his name as a multiple-time national champion out of the BYU men's program. Also a lengthy Major League Rugby career, both with the Utah Warriors and the Seattle Seahawks. Seawolves. It has been a long day under sunny skies here at Stanford. Apologies to Major League Rugby fans. But Jared Whippy and his brother Josh both standouts when it came to both the 7s and 15s forms of the game. BYU, a longtime D1A men's powerhouse. Back to the action on the field. Time is back on the clock, and Cal is back on the ball. See the distribution from Martinez. Out to Mariah Overby. Reloading to the left-hand side. Like the opportunity to take contact there. BYU has realigned quick on their defensive wall. We see several phases of play, but advantage being shown. So this is now 3 penalties against BYU inside their own 22, and not even 10 minutes into the half, something they surely want to correct. Cal needs to tap and go through the mark. The ball needs to leave the hands. So there we see that. The tap, the boot. Cal getting a couple meters going forward. Lauritsen. And a strong carry by Overby. BYU nearly intercepting the pass. Cal. Again, multi-phase play, fighting for every inch here inside of the 22. BYU's defense not giving any of those inches up. The ball knocked on. And a scrum to BYU. These sequences here looking very similar to the opening 20 minutes of the prior Stanford GCU game. For updates on the scores and the brackets from both the CRAA D1 and D2 matchups out in North Carolina and earlier games here at Stanford, I highly recommend giving Jackie Finlan of the Rugby Breakdown a follow. She has a spreadsheet that details all 11 women's national championships in the form of 15s and updates as well as to the teams that are advancing into the 7s series. Earlier today, we saw Sacramento State and San Diego State take on D2 semifinal action. Both teams solid when it comes to the program in 7s as well. Right now, solid on the field, though, is Cal. What a pick and a go by scrum half Lori Martinez. Heads up play, BYU tenacious on the defense. The driving tackle, But Cal maintaining possession. Martinez finds Overby. And Overby is sat down. A powerful contest with Cambria hat trick. And BYU finally able to string together a turnover and an exit. A counter opportunity here. Maddie Bobbitt, ball in hand for Berkeley. So a penalty to BYU. Again, 10 minutes of play, already at a fairly high penalty count. We'll keep an eye on that as the match progresses. Kat Stowers, ball in hand. Stowers, a young talent out of the state of Utah, played some rugby with the Utah Lions, with Utah Cannibals, saw action with Stars Rugby Sevens. She's been in the USA age grade player pools as well. Sister Lua, a talented athlete. Stowers did take some time away from the sport to serve her mission. Several of these BYU players doing their service both domestically and abroad. And this is why we have our games played here on Friday and Saturday. BYU traditionally not playing and engaging in games on Sundays. BYU wins the line out off the top, but a bit of time to recover after the ball finds the ground. BYU trying to find their flow, and look at this. Cal coming up hard, being a menace on defense. They draw the knock on and earn the scrum. It'll be a Cal put in about 42 meters from the goal line. So after some furious opening play and opening scores, the score remains 14-0. 28 minutes to play in the opening half. Just a reminder, there will be a 2-minute water break separating into quarters given the heat, the sun, and the 2-day competition. We look at the shapes now. Cal setting up deep behind the scrum. Waves of options between their centers, fullback and wing. BYU putting on quite the drive. The scrum goes on. The scrum was squished. And the Cougars earn the penalty. So turning over the ball with the strength of the scrum, Stowers. And BYU opts for the scrum. One of several options when a penalty is awarded. They could kick for touch, being at the middle of the field. A little bit of a tricky kick, 70 meters wide on the rugby pitch here at the Stuber Rugby Stadium. They can opt to set up a play. They can opt to tap and go. It would be a very long penalty attempt. I don't know that I know of any kickers that would be able to hit over 55 meters when it comes to women's college rugby. So a scrum, a solid attacking option. Now they're able to split their backs. They are set. Their fly half, Guhueloa Luave, straight behind the scrum. She is backed up. Natalie Maroney straight behind. Centers and wings split. Stowers on the right. Michaela Comer on the left. Playing off of the back of the scrum, but missing the connection. So uncharacteristic of BYU on their scripted play. We see the disruption by Cal, getting hands on the opposing arms, able to disrupt that pass to ground. So Cal keeping it exciting now with a little bit of defensive fire. Athena Lewis, another team captain for the Golden Bears. Cal with the tap. And the pass back inside. Flanker Sydney Yasukochi. Again, some missed connections in the opening minutes of play. 26 minutes left to go here in the first half. Furious at the start, but the game has settled in a bit. Trading possession, trading penalties, and trading scrums. The defense powerful. Cambria hat trick. Powering over and through the ruck. Cal able to maintain possession. We see BYU quickly launching their attack. Look at this evenly lined blitz. So no option but into contact for Cal's fly half, Athena Lewis. The distribution from Martinez. Eve Mango taken down. BYU getting the yardage on defense and now getting the ball. Michaela Comer off to the races she goes. And it is Comer again to the outside. BYU extending their lead 19-0. Waiting on the conversion attempt to come. So again, the first year under new coach Jared Whippy, Tom Pwaka, a long-time steward of the game, stepping down from his head coaching position in the fall. Still the same assistant coaching staff. We see Grace and Alfred Tora here with the team this weekend. Sia Gomez and other coaches remaining back in Provo. We've seen quite a few alumni make their mark in the international game coming out of this BYU team. Jordan Gray Mattias, an Olympian with the USA Sevens program, has seen action with USA 15s as well. Rachel Strastas, currently in the USA Sevens player pool, has seen some international action on development tours, as well as development teams like the Rhinos. The conversion is good. BYU extends their lead to 21-0, but they're not the only ones with international representation. Irene Gardner, a longtime USA 15s and 7s representative out of Cal, currently coached by international Katie Chow, coming in during mid-season in a Cal program that has been growing. Last year, we saw several instances where we were able to play friendly games. Stanford against the Golden Bears. A little Battle of the Bay action, friendly neighborhood rivalries. The teams playing each other in a 7 series in the fall as well when we had the men's Pac-12 competition. So Cal stepped up to the mark and has really earned their spot as one of these D1 teams. Eve Mango goes straight up the guts and into them, up the middle, 30 meters on the kick, and now BYU on the attack moving forward. Roxana Penaloza. Hershey to Stowers. Michaela Comer, the try scorer. We've seen her go the distance. Bailey Ballard is able to connect with wing Gabrielle Meyer. Comer. So the Cougars with waves of attack, sending a first pod, connecting with Stowers to the outside, and now on the front foot, there's Boots Aspinall. Keep an eye on that number 7. She may be a flanker, but she plays like a center, a powerful runner, and a defensive presence as well. Cal's defensive presence, patient in the middle of the field. Able to stop the charge by Hartrick. Stowers with a chip through. A bit of a foot race, 14 on 14 here on the near sideline. Cal able to recover the ball, able to keep her feet in bounds. Well played by Emily Cortez. And now Cal with a chance to counter. The timing just barely off. Knock on by Cal. A scrum to BYU about 8 meters from the goal line. Keep an eye on their scrum set again, as well as the spacing and the shapes of their backs. It looks like they're stacking entirely to the left side of the field as we see Gabrielle Meyer and Natalie Maroney both shade over. So weak side wing, Gabrielle Meyer. Straight behind Stowers, an option for a tip or an offload. And then numbers to the outside, so keep an eye. We've seen Comer with a couple of tries thus far. She's got Amelia Smith and Maroney to the outside of her. Cal shadowing these shapes. They have kept a wing to the weak side in the event of an 8 pick. Hershey with the put-in. The ball is straight out the tunnel, so the scrum will reset. We are coming to the close of the first quarter of play. Just over 20 minutes left to go here in the first half. Score remains 21-0. So waiting for the scrum to reset. Across the back row for BYU. We see Bailey Ballard in the number 6 jersey, Luanda Boots Aspinall in the number 7, and Roxana Penaloza in the number 8. Hershey with the put-in. See the pressure by Martinez, her opposition scrum half. BYU making the most of this overload, again shifting their entire back line to the left side of the field. making their way down the left sideline. And the try is awarded. So the advantage in numbers pays off. BYU adding to their lead. Looked to be Amelia Smith on the far side of the field going over for the try. 26-0 with a conversion to come. And so far she's been a perfect 3 for 3. We'll see if we can extend this to 4 for 4. So again, looking back earlier in their season, this BYU team, their lone loss coming to Central Washington University. It's a program with a history over 900 when it comes to their winning percentage. Dominant at this D1 level when it comes to the spring championships. A team that was in the D1 elite competition for years. That was alongside Lindenwood, Life, Central Washington University, and Penn State, teams in and out over the years. Initially saw that competition with New Mexico, Stanford, Indiana University, so what started as 8 teams dwindled down. Some realignments in the conferences, realignments when it comes to player recruitment, travel costs, and seasonality. BYU, the one team from Utah that plays in the spring. The rest of the Utah teams playing their conference matches in the fall, Utah Valley, Utah State, and the like. And when it comes to the women's club rugby, we've got the Utah Vipers team. When it comes to amazing club rugby, we have the WPL in action. They kicked off last weekend, and Cal Berkeley sees alignment with the Berkeley All Blues women's team. So I mentioned current coach Katie Chow, a stalwart from that Berkeley All Blues program. Players like Kelly Griffin, Irene Gardner over the years. They were coached for a long time by legendary USA coach Kathy Flores. The All Blues, multiple-time national champions in the forms of both 7s and 15s. At one point won, I believe, 12 straight national championships. Helped create the WPL. So a robust competition of 7 elite women's programs looking towards professionalization in the coming years, trying to echo the premiership in England and playing opportunities with contracts that exist in Spain, in France, in Japan, and more, continuing the development of our USA Women's program. Through the history of the years, the USA Eagles won the first Women's Rugby World Cup back in 1991, were repeat finalists again in 95 and 99. In the first editions of the Sevens World Cup, the USA Women won bronze back-to-back in both 2009 and 2013. The rise of women's rugby globally has seen competitions like the Aeon Sevens help supplement Australia and their winning form. Of course, the NPC and Super W, players in New Zealand getting plenty of action. We've seen crossovers go into now the emergence of NRLW, so Rugby League women's opportunities as well. So now the United States, long time the front runners when it came to women's playing opportunities and the beneficiaries of Title IX. The original college rugby playing days back when Florida State was a powerhouse too, seeking to continue that development and improve on recent World Cup performances. We see the kickoff by Cal. We are into the second quarter of play. The kickoff by Mariah Overby. BYU fielding the ball just shy of midfield. Stowers got the offload off. Cal building their defensive wall. And we see the launch. And look at this timing. BYU had the timing there, but the pass is forward, so just one step too quick. Scrum to Cal at the 10-meter hash.
Laura, I appreciated your kick passes. I also appreciated knowing how to say your last name. Yes, that note was valuable.
Martinez with the put-in. Quickly around the back. Martinez going to the weak side. Cal on the attack. Far side wing keeping her feet. Cal in action. Caitlin Hulgan. And Cal with some space, so they're able to get redistribution. They've got numbers to this near side of the field. BYU able to realign. So we see the stop start, and Athena Lewis keeping the ball herself. Offload, Mariah Overby. With the width covered, they decide to go forward. So here we go again. Eve Mango reloading. Cal just meters away. Martinez off the back. Finds Overby. The BYU launch on defense is strong. Advantage being played, a penalty to Cal. An opportunity to kick for points, 26-0. And we see the tap and go. So fly half, Athena Lewis setting up the play. Cal again, numbers to this near sideline. They opt to go out to the right. Overby is there. Overby just taken down. Cal keeping their feet. A maul is formed. We need to see forward progress. The ball needs to be made playable. That does not happen. It looks like there was a knock on. So we'll bring it back. A scrum to BYU inside of their 22. See the Bay Area backing the Bears, the crowd getting into it. GCU in the stands watching the game. Again, they played BYU in last year's West Final. They'll be playing for third place against the loser of this match tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So keenly scouting opportunities here. And of course, BYU strong favorites based on the strength of their performances the last few years and the strength of their fall schedule. You come away with score lines with 146 plus point differential. You're definitely the tall poppy in the field. BYU kicks to touch. Be a line out. Gaining about 30 meters worth of ground. So taking a moment, matching numbers. BYU inserting several potential jumper lifter combinations, going to the first pod, so a little bit of deflection, distraction at the back of the line out. Stowers. Outside to Natalie Maroney. The backs secure the ruck. And now the forwards launching, Kate Rugg. And the distribution again by Hershey in that number 9 jersey. Guiding the BYU team. The knock on advantage being played. Cal with an opportunity to counter. So taking advantage of the transition defense. Overby with the carry. Athena Lewis presenting the ball. And look at this pressure by BYU. That was Aspinall in the number 7 jersey. Cal able to maintain possession despite the strength of the counter ruck. We had a maul in action. And the penalty awarded to Cal. So after frantic play, back and forth, coaching hat on, I'm thinking I want to line out just to calm the flow of the game. High adrenaline and high energy. 13 minutes to play. And if you're Cal, you're wanting to get some points on the board. The opportunities have been there. So we will have a Cal line out just in front of our commentary booth.
I couldn't quite get it on the camera. I was trying.
Cal setting up with 5 in their line out. BYU to match. So we see their scrum half, Hershey here in the front channel. their hooker, Kate Rugg, down at the back is a bit of a protection against the overthrow. It's a beauty of a throw, and it's a beauty of a disruption by BYU. Now BYU taking it straight forward, taking the space that is in front of them. A good carry by Gabrielle Meyer. Another contest for the ball, and Cal with the turnover. So Cal flexing some strength in front of the hometown crowd. Lewis to Overby. Advantage being shown to Cal. Eve Mango. No advantage gain, so bringing it back to your penalty, not rolling away by BYU. So BYU with heads-up play on the disruption after the line-out, but Cal able to power their way and drive over the ball on the ground, now drawing the penalty. Lewis with the tap. A strong carry by May Lauritsen in the number 5 jersey for Cal. Smothering defense by the Cougars. Cal again with the ball. Redistribution to the right side of the field. This launch by BYU. We'll see if we can get a break. Eve Mango. The ball is out and the ball is playable. BYU looking to come away with a turnover, but instead it's going to be diving over. So the quick tap taken. Lewis. Lauritsen. The ball knocked on in contact, looking for that offload. She did have support in the form of Tamea Ryan in the number 8 jersey. Scrum to BYU. 10 minutes, 45 seconds left to play here in the first half. BYU maintains a 26-0 lead. And we've settled into plenty of midfield action here between the Cougars and the Golden Bears. Berkeley, a team that is capable of these line breaks. We haven't seen it yet because the launch of this BYU defense has countered the go forward that these Golden Bears are used to. Again, second place here in the Pacific Mountain Rugby Conference. Victors in the crossover match with Pacific Northwest. Student athletes managing their academic load along with playing club sports. BYU much the same. So these are a bit different from the teams we see at the D1 elite level that do recruit and offer scholarship spaces for rugby. Some preferential slots when it comes to admission and financial aid. BYU on the go. Looking to take that ball to the bank. Disrupted by Cal. So gaining about 50 meters worth of space downfield. Buying themselves out of their own territory. So the line out to Cal. 9 minutes, 23 seconds to go in this opening half. Speaking of rugby action in the Bay Area, we've seen an expansion team when it comes to PR7s. The Retrievers team will making their debut in professional sevens action here in the United States this summer. Plenty of player identification camps and a lot of NorCal coaches involved in the setups. Cal with a line out and an excellent kick downfield, putting BYU under pressure. And look at this, Cal perhaps recovering the ball. We will see what happens. There are bodies on the ground. It is going to be a penalty to BYU. Cal losing their feet and then not able to release. The kick to touch by Stowers finds its mark and then some. So BYU with a line out inside of Golden Bear territory. About 35 meters from the goal line, 8 minutes left to play. BYU with an overthrow on the line out. Cal able to take advantage, scooping the ball off the ground and getting into action. This is Helena Insco in the number 7 jersey. And Cal looking to redistribute. Look at this launch by BYU. It opens up a little bit of space, not quite enough for Overby. But we're seeing here where the splitting defense might be able to leave some holes or leave some gaps after the fact, like the option to just hold for a moment. As when we look at areas of space and areas of opportunity, there is the space behind, left, right, over, through. BYU going through right now, created the turnover. The ball in the middle of the field. It looks like it was dropped in contact. Scrum to the Cougars. Six minutes, 45 seconds remain in the first half. BYU split with their backs. We see Stowers and Comer split left and right. BYU shading towards the right side of the field. We see the pick and go, or the pick and pop from 8 to 9. Now ball in the hands of number 15, Natalie Maroney. The numbers are there, but so is the Golden Bears defense. We see the initial attempt at the counter ruck by flanker Sydney Yasukochi. Zeroes out. Golden Bears reset for the next phase of play. Hershey to Stowers. Patience on the bouncy outside. Aspinall. She's able to feel the ball off the ground, but is not able to make the connection. With her support, scrum to the Golden Bears. Watch the scrum being set. Martinez on the put-in. Looks like we've got a minute on the field. The BYU players screened for an evaluation. Looks like BYU may be bringing a substitute on. So Gabrielle Meyer making her way to the sideline. See Amelia Smith in the number 11 jersey aligning to the left side. Coming on for BYU is Sophie Gretz in the number 23 jersey. 5 minutes left to go in the first half. Martinez finds Lewis. Cal looking to create opportunities with width towards the outside. BYU is there. BYU attempting to counter ruck and create possession. Instead, the penalty is called. Cal with the penalty. Just past the 22-meter line. Athena Lewis on the kick to touch, a line out to Cal.
You gotta make it entertaining.
Yeah. Interactive with the cameraman.
I think the best part was the turnaround to see where the ball went up here.
This is Tamea Ryan in the number 8 jersey on the throw for the Golden Bears. Cal with a 5-person line out. See the throw to the second pod, not straight. This is going to give BYU the option for the line out or the scrum. About 3 minutes, 40 seconds left to play in the first half. BYU opting for the line out.
That's my discriminating thing
on that one.
And this is a BYU Cougars team with quite some height when it comes to their tight five. Aubrey Robinette in the number 3 jersey, a solid lifting option at the front, and to the front they go. The timing is there. The throw is on just off the fingertips, but BYU recovers the ball. Cougars reloading, pods for attack. We see the skip into the hands of fly half. Guhaloya Ulave. Comer finds Amelia Smith with her front foot forward, nearly to the 22. BYU is primed for attack here towards the right side of the field. Their numbers are steep and they are wide. They are numerous as well. An overload is there if they have the opportunity. A big split between Cal. They've got this pod and now a 5-on-1 towards the outside. The pace of the ball can't match the pace of the players. This is giving the Golden Bears an opportunity now. Realigning their defense. BYU redistributing to the left side. Carry by Ashlyn Masora. Penaloza. Hershey to Stowers to Aspinall. Comer able to recover. Comer looking for the offload. Was able to roll it off of her fans, or off of her hands. Stowers. Finds Annalise Curtis on the fly. And BYU are inside of the Golden Bears 22. 1 minute and 45 seconds left to play. Emily Cortez on the recovery. Hard contact in the middle of the field. And the Golden Bears looking to reset, just looking to crack through that space, looking for that big line break. We did see opportunities inside of the BYU 22. Right now they're looking for their exit outside of their own. The clearing kick bounces its way downfield and straight into the hands of BYU fullback Natalie Maroney. Maroney tied up by the Cal defense. Like Martinez on the tackle. Hartrick keeping her feet moving. Golden Bear is able to get a hand on the ball and strip it. Penalty to BYU. So quick tap taken by Stowers. Advantage being shown. Stowers keeping her feet, looking for the try line. She gives the ball off. Aspinall going over the line. So BYU gets the try. Advantage gained despite the Golden Bears not being back 10 on the penalty. That's one of those as a player you almost have to take it. Stowers is running straight at you. You can either let her go or you can at least get a little bit of a shoulder on. Stowers, a strong player, able to keep her feet, moving her way, bouncing all around the field. And BYU adds to their lead, 31-0. 25 seconds left to play, so the clock will almost certainly run out as Michaela Comer lines up the conversion attempt. So Comer with the forward tilt, but a little more vertical than we've seen some other kickers go. The alignment pays off, and BYU adds to their lead. They're going to go into halftime up 33-0 over the Golden Bears. We'll be back with the second half of action in just a few moments. I am Liz Entwistle here at Stanford University with the women's CRAA Division I West semifinal.
we're in a clean session to be aware enough to actually be wearing. Well, no, I think you should. Yeah, because you know, really simple. Any of those things. Oh, congratulations. California. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, that's great. No, I should have watched it. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, the others you can drive to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so literally we're at what's motivation? You got here at 4 didn't you? It's a hilly ride. You know, it's yeah, a few years ago. I'm more into mountain biking now. But I used to have a route. I never did it like. Oh, okay. Remember, like everyone would tell me. So it's all sweaty. That's fine. Bikes? That's so cool.
I gotta look at my phone, but I was like, I should check it. I'll be right back. Okay.
All the reservoirs. It's sad because you go years and years to drought. You need all this water, and when you get it, you gotta release it all. Yeah.
That's why I
We're not.
just do this.
Mike's not on, right? That's what I thought.
No, Mike's not.
You don't have a hot mic? Because people in TV say or something? We gotta get the power stance.
Oh, okay. We're in it now. We're fast.
I don't know. My hips are
Let's do like a filming imam. Every minute on the minute. So we'll do like a filming imam of like every minute on the minute. 10 squats, 10 deadlifts.
Let's go, Cal.
We are back for the second half of action in the second of the women's D1 CRAA semifinals in the West region. I am Liz Entwistle at Stanford University. Cal Golden Bears kicking off to BYU. Cal with the yellow numbers going from left to right across your screen. BYU in the blue and white hoops going from right to left. BYU currently leading by a mark of 33-0. And the second half is underway. Stowers teams up with Aspinall here on the near sideline. BYU taken down, buddy tackle by Martinez and Mango. Hershey finds Comer in the number 13 jersey. Comer with a trio of tries early in the first half. He's been 4 from 5 on kicking conversions on the day. The knock on by BYU. We're going to see a scrum to Cal. If you want more Cal BYU action, check out the men's D1A semifinal taking place tomorrow at the University of Cal Berkeley at the Witter Rugby Stadium. You can pepper it in with all of your viewing here at the Stuber Rugby Stadium at Stanford University. Plenty of rugby in the Northern California area. Cal with a scrum right on at midfield. Martinez with the put-in. Cal with their back set to the left side of the field, almost certainly going to the strong side. Lewis to Overby. Distribution to the far side of the field. Cal maintaining possession, but Cougars taking away their offensive space. Cal set back nearly 20 meters from where the scrum took place. Martinez finds Mango, and here is a bit of space. This is the line break that we have been waiting for. This is Cal on the attack. Overby taken down by BYU, but Cal able to get the line break and make up the meters into BYU territory. Cal looking towards the near sideline. The ball corralled by this near side wing. Forward support cleaning the ruck. BYU setting their line. Shooting hard on defense. Annalise Curtis wrapping up on the tackle. Martinez finds Overby. Overby to Mango. Mango taken down at midfield. Advantage being shown to the Golden Bears. Advantage still being shown to Cal. We'll go back to the penalty. So a lot of action crossing into BYU territory. BYU taking away the defensive space. Cal going forward. BYU countering. Lewis takes a tap. She's got a forward pot of support to the left. Hartrick with the tackle for BYU. The ball knocked forward in contact. The double knock is going to go to the first infraction. Scrum to BYU. BYU setting for the scrum. Deep and wide with their back line. See Uluave at the first receiver position. She's got Kat Stowers, Comer. So BYU keeping their same 15 they ended the half with on the field to start the second. Hershey to Uluave. Uluave finds Comer. Comer on the run again. Comer taken into touch, corralled by the Golden Bears. Be a line out to Cal. Comer such a threat with the ball in hand. She is able to find space and just barely runs herself out of it. Tamaya Ryan on the throw for the Golden Bears. 5 in the line out. So pot of forwards inserted. See their number 7 and number 16. So we're going to see a free kick to BYU. Contact made in the air. You cannot get into any physicals with the player when they're lifted. The tap from Hershey. Alyssa Erickson. Hershey again. What a powerful run. Annalise Curtis on the go. Lowers the shoulder. BYU meters away. Stowers. Out to Uluave. The pass is forward. Scrum to the Golden Bears. 34 minutes left to play here in the second half. The winner of this match will advance to play Stanford at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Expect quite the hometown crowd here in Palo Alto. Day 2 of action should be a replica of Day 1 in terms of the weather. Ideal conditions here. Sunny California living up to its namesake after the most rainfall we've seen in ages this winter. The field in excellent condition all the same. And we'll look ahead towards the condition of this scrum. Cal with the put-in. Martinez on the ball. You see the props engage. Ball sits perfectly. Martinez with opportunity for the scoot. Cuts back inside towards the scrum and towards her support. Lewis takes a chip downfield. The ball through the hands of Amelia Smith, but backwards, so play on. BYU with a chance to counter. Hershey finds Curtis. Curtis to Penaloza. Penaloza still going with that leg drive. Martinez had her by the jersey, but you have to do more than that. Penaloza, a powerful runner. A penalty to BYU. The quick tap taken by Hershey. Alyssa Erickson. Stowers to Uluave to Comer, and Comer diving over the line again, adding to her try tally. It's been all Comer all day when it comes to BYU's scoreline. 38-0 with the conversion to come. With 32 minutes left to play here in the second half. BYU has traditionally focused on the game of 15s when it comes to women's rugby, with much of the sevens action between the CRC and the CRAA playoffs taking place both Saturdays and Sundays. Difficult for the Cougars to justify playing those Sunday games. Rare exceptions made in the case of those Jimmer Fredette-led NCAA basketball teams. But a few Cougars have had their post-college career extended in the game of sevens. Again, Jordan Gray-Mattias, an Olympic representative. Rachel Strastas trying to follow in her footsteps. We've seen a lot of women in the state of Utah involved in the development of the game. Ashley Burge currently working with the Utah Warriors in youth development. Seen a few players from the Vipers program represent with the Samoan national team. Both Etta and Apau Milo. A lot of youth rugby in the state, and of course host to the NAI Sevens tournament each August, taking place at Salt Lake City. It's a tournament that aims to be the Roslyn Park of American rugby, seeing high-flying competition from Atlantis, the Celtic Barbarians, Eagle Impact, and more. The kick is up and out, straight into the hands of Kat Stowers. Stour finds Aspinall. And the penalty to the Golden Bears. So BYU fields the kick off well, but their progress is impeded. The Golden Bears line up off the boot of Lewis. Lewis with the kick to touch. And this is going to set Cal with a line out about 25 meters from the goal line. Ryan on the throw, 5 in the line out, a little bit of motion moving to the back pod. BYU able to intercept and go straight up the middle. Taking advantage of the space straight in front. Hershey finds Annalise Curtis. Hershey to Uluave. Finds Stowers. Stowers on the go, setting up Comer towards the outside. The numbers are there. BYU still has 3 more. Really stretching this Golden Bears defense, and Cal is able to match them, not only in pace but in numbers. Tackles are made. We see advantage being shown to BYU, offside the signal, so we're going to go back to the infraction. No advantage gained, so the Cougars with the penalty just past midfield. Hershey with the ball in hand. She floats the kick to touch. We'll see a BYU line out just outside of the 22. We've seen most teams go with a 5-person line out throughout all the contests in today's semifinal action. Looking for some tactical advantages with inserting forwards into the back line, trying to create more space and waves of attack. We haven't seen much prevalence of the maul off the line out, most of these coming off the top, or lineouts that have been contested and disrupted over the course of play as well. So disrupted but recovered. BYU on the go. Penaloza. Hershey to Erickson. It was Hershey again to Stowers. Stowers keeping her feet. Cal doing all they can to bring her down. The tackle is made. Uluave to Comer. Maroney zigging and zagging her way downfield. Loses possession of the ball. Martinez on transition on the fly. Martinez doing all she can, getting the ball to the middle of the field. Finds Captain May Lauritsen. Lauritsen gets to go forward. Advantage to Cal. Knock on by BYU, so it'll be a scrum to Cal at the 22. So a lot of effort there by Martinez to run the ball to the middle of the field. Didn't want to chance an errant pass or the amount of Cougar traffic that was in the way. So doing the work on foot. Advantage not gained. So the scrum will actually start inside of the 22. BYU flat on defense. We see wing Amelia Smith shading back behind the scrum in the event of a kick. Fullback Maroney deep for the Cougars. The ball is quickly out of the scrum. Martinez able to recover, bouncing on the ground. Lewis finds Overby. Overby making her way towards the 22, able to make up the ground. Lewis again. Probing towards the outside. Cal switching fields and finds a bit of a hole. That was Grace Tatey. Penalty against BYU, not releasing. Lewis lining up for the kick to touch. Floats it downfield, gets some positive ground, nearly to midfield. Going to set up a Cal line out. Five in the line out. Ryan on the throw. Cal with a front and back lifter, a switch in the middle, goes to the front pod, and that's one of the best executions we've seen all day. Cal on the fly, over B, finds Mango. Mango taken down, shy of midfield, and Stowers comes away with the ball in hand. Stowers looking to get the offload, fakes the hold, but she's going to be penalized, not releasing on the tackle. So some feisty contests when it comes to the rec. The referee would like to see a quicker release and the ball in play. Ball currently in play with the Golden Bears. And this time it is a penalty to BYU. Taking the quick tap on the ground. BYU on the fly. Stowers has Amelia Smith. Hershey loops her way into the action. Smith cutting back in. Love the heads up play, knowing where the sideline is, taking a little bit of space in the middle of the field to avoid being tackled to touch. See the redistribution by Bailey Ballard, and BYU is on the fly. This is Penalosa. Roxana Penalosa goes over the line. BYU extends their lead 45-0. Conversion to come. 23 minutes left to play here in the second half. BYU with 2 quick tries in the opening 5 minutes of the match. It is slowed into a sustainable pace. The Golden Bears defense preventing the quick, easy tries, but BYU oh so patient, taking advantage of the possession that they do have. Penalties disrupting the normal flow we'd expect out of this Cougars attack. Something they'll certainly be looking to clean up for tomorrow's contest. But a team heavily experienced in postseason play, again, numerous championships at the D1 level. A team that had advanced deep into competition with the D1 elite programming as well when they were at that level of play. Comer. Well struck, but wide to the right. Score remains 45-0. So you see Eve Mango with the ball in hand. Cal with forwards options to both the left and the right. She appears to be kicking towards the near side of the field. Nudges it forward, straight into the hands of Boots Aspinall, one of the most dangerous players on this BYU team. Such a powerful runner. Can slot in at nearly any position. Hershey finds Anna Lind on the run. Hershey again, this time straight to Comer. Stowers on the outside. Luave. BYU on the fly on the far side of the field. They've got numbers to redistribute now to the near. Forward offload action in the middle of the field. BYU chipping away at territory. Stowers. Obstruction is called. Penalty to Cal. Lewis on the ball. And we're going to come into our final water break. We will be back with the fourth quarter of action here. 45-0. BYU in the lead in our women's CRAA Division I West semifinal.
Obviously, like today, you're like, oh yeah, Laura goes like Sydney Shu able to like step in as first receivers. You're able to like have like phases of play, and you don't have to like fly halfway in or out or all these things too. We're like, that's all about money. I'm like, I can say it's because it's like what you actually like,
I think we're going back on soon.
This game last year though they won 87-3, and they had like
It's playoffs. We are back in action. It is Cal with the penalty to resume play going into the final 20 minutes of the game. Cal still looking to get their first points on the board. The opportunities have been there. BYU has been playing a punishing blitzing defense. Right now creating another turnover opportunity. Alyssa Erickson with the ball in hand. Looks like a replacement scrum half is on. Lindsay Grunvig. Saw fantastic leadership and distribution from Kaylin Hershey all game long. So she's earned a spot and earned a rest, preparing for tomorrow's games. So a long advantage played, no advantage gained. The mark set for the scrum. It's going to be BYU with the put-in. The knock-on by the Golden Bears. BYU loading their entire far side of the field with their backs. We see Maroney shading over. A few triangles of shapes and space for the BYU back line. It looks like Esther Erickson in the number 22 jersey may be getting in on the action. We still see Uluave, Stowers, and Comer in 10, 12, and 13. Going to reset the scrum. That is Lindsay Grunvig that's in the game in the number 21 jersey, stepping in at scrum half. It also appears that we've got Sierra Garza in the number 20 jersey. So BYU taking advantage of the deep bench, getting reps for all of their players going into tomorrow's finals matchup. Cal's backs set flat and wide in defense, kept their wing home in case of the weak side play. Stowers with a bit of a chip through, straight into the hands of the Cal fullback. We're going to see a counter from Maddie Bobbitt. Penalty to BYU. Have to keep your feet in those ruck contests. Grunvig. Erickson gets the go forward, nearly to the 22. BYU with numbers to this near side and an advantage being shown. BYU powering their way inside of the 22. Stowers at the first receiver. Comer, good hands to the outside. She is met across by the Cal wing. Emily Cortez on the tackle. And it's BYU reloaded. Cal realigning their backs. BYU's got a pod to the right. Advantage being shown. Forward pod gets the go forward. Advantage still being shown to the Cougars. They've got numbers to both sides of that ruck going back to the original penalty. So not rolling away. The quick tap taken. And Stowers gives the try to Aubrey Robinette. The Cougars add to their lead at 50-0. 16 minutes, 45 seconds left to play here in this semifinal. Should all things hold, it'll be BYU Stanford in the West Final tomorrow at 3 o'clock, with GCU taking on Cal at 1 p.m. We'll have the Women's Division II Final between Sacramento State and Claremont Colleges kicking off at 11. Claremont and BYU defending national champions at this D2 and D1 level. So the finest of women's collegiate spring rugby in action here at the Stuber Rugby Stadium. Of course, more action taking place in Gastonia, North Carolina with the East Regional Finals. Comer's conversion wide to the right. Score remains 50-0. 15 minutes and 45 seconds left to play. Eve Mango lining up her kickoff at midfield. See loose forwards towards the right. More of the tight fives towards the left. BYU covering all parts of the field with their kick receipt straight into the hands of Lindsay Grunvig. BYU powering forward in contact, a bit of a non-conventional placement over the head for hooker Kate Rugg, but it does the trick. BYU on the go, courtesy of Sierra Garza, nearly to midfield. Grunvig finds Stowers. Stowers ducks and dips her way, doesn't need to dive. She does kick downfield. That's something we expect off the boot of that number 12 all day long. Comer on the chase. Cal Golden Bears able to recover, and there could be some space to run. Cuts back into the inside. You see the offload to the middle. Tried left, tried right, the shake and the bake. There's nowhere to go but through. Obstruction is the result, so a penalty to BYU right in front of the post. 50-0 is the score. Inside of 14 minutes to play, BYU opts for the quick tap, and the try is awarded. So BYU extending their lead. The chip downfield off the boot of Stowers ultimately pays off, and another Cougar try. I think that was Alyssa Erickson on the dive. So executing well. We're so used to seeing BYU on the fly with a very tactical passing game. It's been a lot of athleticism on display today, so not able to get quite into the normal rugby flow we've seen in some of their other contests. But able to power through. Plenty of skilled players able to take on some individual go forward on their shoulders. This Cal Golden Bears defense has been aligned for most of the game. So some penalties, some transition tries being scored. But as much has been the case when we've seen the Cal-Stanford game, the scoreline not really telling the story too. We have not seen Cal with their characteristic line breaks. It's only been once or twice they've gotten downfield with rugby on the run. Kicking, penalties, and lineouts have given them possession in some territory. Right now it is the kicking game of Comer that adds another 2 to the BYU scoreline, taking the lead 57-0, 12 and a half minutes left to play. See a few final substitutions coming onto the field to play.
That's usually the only thing I contribute to the conversation.
So Kathleen Holguin gets a rest for the remainder of the afternoon. Onto the field, their number 21, sub number 6 should be Raya Jane. We'll correct that, Rhea Jane. Apologies. Erickson gets the tip pass off into the hands of Sierra Garza. Taken down by Luciana Benzan. Another substitute on for the Bears. And the number 22 jersey. See the tackle to touch, a line out to the Golden Bears. 11 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. 57-0, the current score line. This is tighter than BYU has been played in many of their matches this 2022-2023 season. As we mentioned earlier, they saw their last game with a 146-point margin of victory. Last year in these playoffs, they outscored their opponents by over 80 points in each of their matches. Cal making their debut in this West Regional semifinal. After a few years of rebuilding their program and rebuilding the ranks, a few coaching changes, but so much to build on for this Golden Bears program. And again, keeping an eye on this center pairing. That was Eve Mango with another carry downfield. Martinez finds Lewis. Lewis to Sydney Yasukochi. And Sydney is still going downfield. An excellent line break here for the Golden Bears. We'll see if they can keep this go forward. Faith Adijaja. And this is Eve Mango. Mango able to elude the tackle. Mango makes her way about 7 meters from the goal line. Golden Bears with an opportunity. They've got numbers to the left side. BYU is realigned in defense. Ryan with the carry. Martinez at the base of the ruck finds Lewis. We see a penalty to the Golden Bears. Offsides by BYU.
It's only in sevens that you would actually card for an intentional knock. Sevens is like automatic, but you just don't want her on the field tomorrow.
Furious play inside of the 22. The Golden Bears have an opportunity here. An excellent carry by inside center, Mariah Overby. Fast and Furious, just 4 meters out. Golden Bears turn it over. BYU going to kick downfield off the boot of Stowers. This could be an opportunity, though, for the Golden Bears if they're able to corral the ball. See if they can get BYU in transition. The ball makes its way to touch. This should be a line out to the Golden Bears. So nearly there. Cal nearly with their first points of the game. Excitement here in the final 10 minutes. 57-0, 8 minutes, 45 seconds left to play. It's worth keeping in mind why these spring championships and why the fall. When it comes to seasonality, several of these California schools are on the quarter system, benefit from being able to play the bulk of their 15 season in the springtime, focusing on sevens as a development tool for the fall season. We see some late starts around the country too. Schools in the Midwest opting to play their fall rugby to avoid the impacts of the snow and the like. Golden Bears execute on the scrum. Overby goes back inside to Eve Mango. Mango with a leg drive. The solid platform on the ruck. The Golden Bears able to hold. BYU zeroing out, forming their wall, getting a wave of defense. Excellent hands here out of second row, Grace Talty. The Golden Bears taking their meters where they can. They've got numbers to this near side. They are set up in a steep line of attack. Deep and wide if they can get the ball there. They've got numbers on BYU. Lewis finds Overby. Overby cuts back in, looks for the offload. Lewis corrals the ball. Eve Mango. Raya Jane tackled into touch. So the numbers are there. Just would like to see a little bit more speed on the catch pass so that way they can take advantage of the numbers and the spacing. BYU so quick to shift and cover in defense. Patient building their wall. Not overcommitting when it comes to defense. They're not leaving gaps and holes open. We saw them launch hard with their interior defenders earlier in the game. So the pressure has remained. BYU sorting out their line out. Cal setting 5. Early in the game, we saw Aubrey Robinette at the front of the lineout, taking her place Sierra Garza in the number 20 jersey. Pressure in the tackle. And the Golden Bear is able to strip the ball and come away with it. I'm going to go to the knock-on by BYU. And then another knock-on indicated by Cal, and it looks like scrum to BYU after all. Inside of 6 minutes remains in the match. Did that wing go here? The Cal wing.
12? Wait, 21?
Yeah. Like, was she here and she transferred? Or does she just like remind me of like the fact that we had like so many like Rias and like
What's her name?
Ria.
Ready?
R-I-Y-A.
What's the last one?
Jane?
No. There was a Rhea Ready last
I feel like there were like 2 Rias.
I also probably not have it on here while she's taking a semester, right?
What's that? So a minute on the field for Mariah Overby. She's been such an impact player for this Golden Bears team. You hate to see it. Hopefully just a cautionary evaluation. We'd love to see her in action tomorrow. That contest between Overby and Bianca Curtis from GCU will be one to watch. It'll be quite the matchup, actually. The inside centers, outside centers for both GCU and Cal Berkeley do quite well. And with GCU, with Amaya De La Cruz at fly half, able to get that distribution going. Would love to see Lewis from Cal with a bit more space. Should be some high-scoring rugby on display in tomorrow's contests. For now, we've got 5 minutes left to play in this second D1 West semifinal. Grinvig on the put-in. Cal with quite the drive on the scrum. I think BYU may have thought the ball was out, so Golden Bear is able to drive and earn the penalty. Lewis on the ball. So we're setting up a forward pod to the left. We've got other pods of support to this near side of the field and to the far side, so working in different player groups. The Golden Bears taken down, middle of the field, about 30 meters from the goal line. Lewis evades the tackle. Lewis evades another, cuts her way in and out. She is still going inside the 22. Cal's got numbers to the right side. The ball is out. BYU looks to have stripped and turned over possession. The Cougars. Sierra Garza. BYU controlling the pace of the game, slowing down a bit at the ruck. Stowers finds Comer, comes to the outside. Aspinall, she's got her running boots on. She's got her stiff arms deployed, boots on the fly. She's got Comer in support as well as fullback Natalie Maroney. Is she going to need them? She is not. Number 7 on the field puts another 5 points on the board. Talked about the skill of that number 7, Boots Aspinall, a player capable of playing any position and showing off some flair, evading the tackles 62-0 with the conversion to come. Good support lines run by both Comer and Maroney, forcing the defenders to make decisions. But Aspinall goes a distance. Comer lining up the conversion attempt. 3 minutes and 35 seconds remain on the clock. Well struck by Comer, 64-0. 3 minutes left to play. The Golden Bears so close so many times, getting 5, 4, 3, 2 meters away from the goal line. BYU's defense has performed on every occasion under pressure, maintaining the shutout at the moment. A team with some high score lines all season long. Their lone loss coming from Central Washington University in the D1 elite level. I believe that was early in the fall season. And again, under transition with their new coaching staff. Eve Mango lining up the restart. Straight into the hands of the try scorer, Aspinall. She's going to fight her way downfield yet again and do all she can, keeping her feet, getting the placement, ultimately taken down. Grundvig finds Stowers. Garza. BYU's got numbers to the right and to the left. Find Uluave in the number 10. So alternating various first receivers, keeping BYU going forward. Cal's defense providing a disruption and driving BYU back in this case. 1 minute, 45 seconds left to play. A misconnection, and now Lewis off the foot taking advantage. Would love to have seen that been able to play off. Where was the advantage? Man. The knock-on is called. Scrum to Cal. Minute and a half left to go. The scrum at the middle of the field, 35 meters from the goal line. A golden opportunity for the Golden Bears. Setting their backs to the left side of the field. We see Taryn Ustoy in motion, wearing the number 19 jersey, coming in at fullback. We see the scrum reset. Inside of a minute to go. There's space to the right side. If they can win this scrum, and if they're confident there, Martinez sees it. A little bit of a bobble at the back of the scrum. Play on, says our referee. Rhea Jane there to support. Off the boots, off the foot, and here we go. BYU looking to counter yet again. Natalie Maroney taken into touch. And that is the game. BYU advances to their third straight West final with a 64-0 effort, topping the Cal Golden Bears. The Golden Bears will play GCU tomorrow in a third-place consolation game at 1 p.m. We'll be back in action for the women's D1 final, BYU against Stanford, at 3 p.m. Pacific. And we'll start the day with action. Claremont Foxes taking on the Sacramento State Hornets in the D2 final at 11 a.m. So much to look forward to. Saturday is a rugby day. For right now, I'm signing off on a Friday. Liz Entwistle here at Stanford University. We'll see you tomorrow.
I want a shrubbery.
Too big, that's too small.
What are you gonna do? Bleed on me? That's what I'm not dead yet.
You'll be dead in an hour.
Heather Moore is such a single like high school. Love it.
I vote you should mention Ratatouille.
So what was your journey with 5 tries?
In the Hornets game?
I heard shake and bake on one of those. I don't know. You could say like someone like who doesn't like who like pushing it up like they're a rat. Ratatouille, like they're pushing it up like it's Ratatouille. Chucking it up. I know. Okay. I was thinking they try to make other movies.
Good job, man!
says it's not satire, but that it's maybe playing into the is it not satire to get more
It's
interactions.
like to be deliberately
Just to get a little, you know what I mean? Like they're playing into how they know, because they're playing for different audiences, right? The audience is not buying in is not going to mind if it sort of seems like a little too much, you know, because they've already drank the Kool-Aid.
But regardless, I will say that it's like everyone that I've personally known is like so great, so nice, like so wholesome. It's just like it's like a support institution.
And then now it's kind of folks are fixing it as well.
So like churches and stuff, they are going to support LGBTQ+. They've actually taken a stance.
I mean, like you have like things like
But you
Catholic.
still have freaking like why does it make me feel like this kind of shaming by different groups nationally because he keeps
Because I mean, like, but you also have like Pope Francis has argued for like civil unions between that being fine, but I mean, like a lot of the bishops just haven't respected his authority for a while. So
yeah.
it's complicated. I mean,
But it's also like one of those things like, you know,
Getting the
like kinks and rights and because it's like you know, I can apply that. You know,
I think that like you know there I guess like especially like sometimes Christian doctrine with like the very thing is like kindness and understanding and generosity. I mean that's like
it's supposed to be forgiveness.
forgiveness. I mean you look at who Jesus hung out with. Jesus didn't hang out with you know all of the.
No, Jesus tore up the temple and Jesus
Jesus
loaves of fishes. And he
was with
hanging out with
prostitutes
lepers.
all the time.
It's very much like Jesus would be rich. Like
That's-
Jesus is like the ultimate like
Oh, that's the thing. Jesus was, in many ways, against a lot of the institutions that were in place at the time. And over the course of 2,000 years, the church has ironically become the very institution that Jesus was fighting against, I would say.
it's like they've taken them. You know, it's like the idea of it has replaced like that's like almost like more philosophical than Baal and all the Old Testament, like all the ritual on the mountain stuff.
I saw a very interesting thing. It was like the Old Testament and the New Testament are dealing with very different things, right? The Old Testament is dealing with the anxiety of being away from homeland, right? And like what is and like kind of like maintaining practices and culture and idea like that. But a lot of it's for like people on the move and people who have been displaced. Like that was the purpose for a lot of the writings was to keep like that. Also, the New Testament is kind of focused on this avoiding power.
Well, I mean, the whole New Testament is based on the letters that the disciples were using to spread the word, right? Like they're all letters of.
I mean, you don't even see like the Gospels. I mean, so, like, the Gospels don't even agree with each other, and there's 4 of them. Right? There's like things that happen, things that don't happen. They're 4 different accounts. They're all written 100 years after the supposed event took place. The first writings you see are from
It's like
Paul's like the Corinthians and like that's are the first things you see, and it's just kind of like Paul basically saying the world is ending. Y'all shouldn't get married. Don't be sinners.
But that's also very famous Corinthians, love is patient, love is kind.
There's also some pretty bad. There's also some other like you know, be subservient to your husband. That one's used sometimes in marriages. That was always an issue.
But it's also interpretations, right? So we're transferring like Aramaic and Hebrew and all these institutions.
No, I know that
meanings of different languages that were then put into Latin.
I'm sorry, but
So was subservient, or was it maybe supposed to be in partnership? Imagine.
But also the thing is,
we're better at sevens and fifties.
it means subservient to people how they interpret it now is also the other
I
thing.
thought you were using the bar
Right?
like we mean us
And
as
like,
to show
is that the correct interpretation?
like that. Yeah, it's not a
It's the interpretation that people are forwarding and using now, which is awesome.
But then that's also, it's a case of losing the forest for the trees, right? So if the overall thing is you're supposed to like, basically do unto others, right? Like, we're here to be humans in general. Like, humans evolved because we're supposed to be in community, right? We're supposed to share an energy and share an experience. Why else would we have evolved communication skills and tribal survival skills that rely on the growth of like an entire village? If we weren't here to be in community with each other and protect each other, then we would still just be like
Why are you coming out?
evolved species.
like
If just like purpose in general, like how can you want destruction of a fellow man and think that that's okay? would you choose that? Why would you choose destruction? Why would you choose hierarchies and egos and choose to cast people out? Are we not supposed to we're not supposed to cast out one another in general? It's like the ultimate form of isolation and punishment.
And that's like
in
the,
all
the
civilizations.
creation of the other is like happens all the time.
Right. And it was used to justify slavery, and it was used to justify caste,
Slavery,
and it was
genocide,
used to justify
destruction, wars, even just.
Ollie, I did say you were doing what you do best. If you don't see him stepping on the field, then he's supporting women's rugby. I was like, if Ollie's not practicing his step, then he's out there getting the crowd riled up.
Ollie, bring these passes together a little bit. You've had like 3 bad ones in a row.
What's
Well,
that?
because I don't want to rip a reverse pass and hit Liz.
Well, Ollie, you just hit it into the wall, and then you almost hit it into the wall.
I will break you.
You're really tough me.
I will break fragile bone until you are dead on the floor.
But yeah.
I love that they picked up that.
I was raised Catholic.
Yeah.
Had a lot of these questions about trying to separate the people from the institution, and also what people say versus what they sometimes end up doing, without realizing sometimes what they do. You know what I mean?
That was a bad one.
Well, it's like, you know, like the hymnals, right? Like, no, I was just thinking about like the one that's like, be not afraid, I go before you, always come follow me, and I will give you rest. And it's like, then like the one like arcing verse of that too is like, they do not understand what they do. So it's like, you know, like.
Did I hit This is the translation. That was what Jesus said when he was carrying the cross, right? Or was that
Like what, like Pontius Pilate and stuff?
forgive them for they know not what they do? I read the entire Bible at one point.
So did I. You get through like Judges and all this, and like Deuteronomy and stuff, and you're like, all right, this is just a family tree. Or like Paulo Coelho, you know, that wrote The Alchemist. He wrote. Have you read his take on the story of Elijah?
No, I haven't.
It's the Fifth Mountain. So he's got like some of his short story collections, like Veronica Decides to Die, and some of his other books are quite good.
Have you ever read The Red Tent?
No.
It's a Bible fan fiction, but like the idea of what it is there's an event in Genesis that's called Medina, and if you look at how it's